time for our romance. No, no, no. I love to love, but my baby just loves to dance. The minute the bass begins to swing it, he's on his feet to dig it and dance the night away. Stop.
And welcome, everyone. Since the swords of iron war completely changed the northern front, threats became opportunities, and opportunities created new threats. The Alma Center presented a new style of intelligence-based diplomacy, and today we will discuss reshaping the northern border. It's with its current and new characteristics. I would like to introduce David Orr, CEO of the Alma Center, to say a few words.
For everyone, and it's also been a challenging year for Alma. It's also been a year of many accomplishments. Our research team continued in full force to publish. You probably saw some of the work products outside, but you're welcome to follow us in the media and also join the newsletter if you haven't. We also updated our educational programs, and we're also in the middle of an exciting expansion project, so we can accommodate more visitors and offer more educational programs in the year to come. If we talk about visitors, we met in the past year over 8,000 people, which is a huge achievement, for briefings on the border and at Alma for a security crisis simulation, and also meeting panels of the Galilee Human Mosaic, and also virtually. We've given around 500 interviews and have been mentioned in the media hundreds more times, and that's also part of what we're proud of. We look forward to a fruitful year with you, our partners who are here in the audience. And I'd like to invite Natan Golan, the chair of the Alma International Advisory Board, to say a few words.
Everybody, delighted to welcome you to the second annual conference of the Alma Research and Education Center here in Kibbutz Lochamei Getaot in the Western Galilee of Northern Israel. My name is Natan Golan, and I'm honored to be serving as chairman of Alma's International Advisory Board, a volunteer group that provides ongoing guidance and assessment to the professional team at the center. I want to take this opportunity to thank my fellow board members who really devote a lot of their time and energy in ensuring that Alma's continued vitality and growing presence will continue on the global stage. It's always a pleasure to see so many familiar faces here in the audience, and appreciate your recognition of the importance of Alma and its contribution in providing independent, qualitative, in-depth analysis of the complexities surrounding all issues connected with Israel's security challenges along its northern borders with Lebanon, Syria, and beyond. I know that this might sound like an all too familiar statement, maybe even a cliche, but this has certainly been a most challenging year for all the residents here in the Northern Galilee, as well as for those who live in the region and work daily throughout the conflict at the Alma Center. Whilst the northern borderline seems relatively quiet, the undergrowth of uncertainty continues to prevail. We are in the midst of an unstable ceasefire with Lebanon, a very dramatic and tense status quo with the new regime in Syria, of whom the Alma researchers have much to say, and of course, our faraway nemesis, the Islamic Republic of Iran, whose tentacles in the region, although significantly weakened, are still alive and trying to re-energize their presence in the region. After a year and a half away from their homes, the Northern Galilee residents who were evacuated to hotels and temporary shelters all over Israel are slowly but surely returning home to their communities. These extraordinary group of people have undergone so much. I think it's fair to say that they are a tragically altered group, trying to remain on the one hand optimistic, hoping for real change, yet still fearful for their security and in the need of our comforting support and dedication in rebuilding their homes and restoring their communities. It must be said that the dramatic challenges here in Israel have dovetailed with a frightening wave of anti-Semitism and hatred that continues to rock the Jewish communities across the world. This too is an important part of the puzzle that the current conflict has resurrected, and one that we need to recognize and confront at every possible level. This too is our collective responsibility. This is the point where I feel I need to remind our audiences that we are an independent Israeli non-profit association. We have no connections with any government agency in Israel or the IDF, and we are proud, very proud, to maintain our objectivity based solely on our quality research and analysis of data coming from open sources from across the Middle East every single day. We rely on support from global philanthropy, and we are indeed indebted to them, to some truly amazing donors and supporters who continue to enable Alma's work and who are very, very proud of all of Alma's achievements. I'm thrilled to announce that the Alma Center is actually going through a process of expansion. I'm hoping that over the coming months we'll embark on a project that will see a new space which we will take on in the same floor in our building, which will house an immersive experience center, particularly for the younger audiences. It will have a broadcast studio where we can have webinars, podcasts, and our own broadcasts, and it'll have more space for the growing number of groups that are coming to visit Alma. We're proud of our special role in making the case for Israel to the global public, and in particular to important opinion makers from around the globe, including politicians, parliamentarians, journalists, social media influencers, bloggers, academics, students, and religious community leaders. Our success in achieving this goal is quite remarkable. It has spurred us on towards expanding our facilities and our program so that we can reach out and impact many more thousands of opinion makers from every corner of the globe. We need to specifically speak a new language and craft programs that resonate clearly with the younger generation from all the countries in the Western world. I think that has become very clear and evident to all of us. Looking to the future, this is of vital importance, and we at the Alma Center are engaged in the process of addressing this challenge. Finally, I want to particularly mention the staff members at the Alma Center. For those of you who don't know, the professionals of Alma are all residents of northern Israel and Druze, all of them proud citizens of the northern Galil and Golan regions, and an authentic and ethnicities living and working together with respect, dignity, and camaraderie. The professional team have been at the forefront of Alma's continued success, and under the leadership and president, my dear Sarit Zehavi, and together with the stewardship of our CEO, David Ur, I know that the future of Alma, its vision and mission, is indeed very, very bright. Thank you all for being here with us today, and we look forward to communicating with you regularly throughout the year. Enjoy the program.
Thank you very much, Natan Golan. I would now like to introduce President and Founder of the Alma Center, Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zehavi, who will open the first session of the conference about the historical opportunity to oust Hezbollah in Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not going to speak only about Lebanon. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I'm very excited to be here for so many reasons. I want to open this conference, this first session of this conference, with on a very personal note. As you know, that's what I usually do with my briefings. It's always not only personal. This house, this is my father's house in Damascus. During the previous weekend, President Trump gave us a lot of surprises about this. Eric Mandel will talk shortly about the American U.S. policy in the region, but one of the fascinating things about the latest visit was the handshake between Trump and the president of Syria. Eating hummus in Damascus is a term that every Israeli is familiar with, but who knows, maybe it'll become possible. And this is a current photo of my grandfather's former home in Damascus. My grandfather passed away on December 8th, the day when Syria fell, and not a day passes when I don't think about him. He had a very strong influence on who I am today, and it was very important for me to mention him today. My father loves loquats. My father loved loquat fruits, and when I saw this photo, I saw those leaves. I saw the leaves in the corner of the photo, and anyone who lives in the Galilee knows that immediately identifies that as a loquat tree. It's in our backyards between the olive trees and the lemon trees, and that's why I know now. Now I understand why my father loved the fruit so much, because it grew in his household, in his childhood home. And I said that if there really is a normalization agreement, I will be the first person to board a bus to Damascus and taste the fruit of my father's loquat tree. But is that even plausible? How imaginary is this scenario that I just described? We're going to talk about that during the panel led by Yaakov about Syria shortly, but this session will focus on Lebanon. Last time we met was last May. Several weeks later, Hezbollah increased its fire against northern Israel. You can see this very clearly in the graph, meaning that in Kfar Vradim, where I live, and there are many people here from my town, we felt that the walls were closing in on us. We felt that there was more fire, and I want to focus on that for a moment. It's a completely different experience than those experienced by the people from Tel Aviv when the Houthis shoot fire at them. We have 15 seconds to get to the safe room, and it's almost impossible. The head that you see in the video is my husband. We took this video from our balcony last August. What you can see here is the Iron Dome and the rockets being intercepted. This was our experience of the war. Just a few seconds later, we ran to the safe room. This happened so many times, and we hope that this reality is not something that will resume. During the war, there were over 5,000 Hezbollah attacks. We didn't count rockets at Alma. We don't know how many projectiles there were. Rockets, drones, missiles, etc. We counted attacks. That was the right thing to do from the research perspective. Total of 46 civilians and 83 soldiers were killed. Today we're going to talk about rehabilitating the north, but it's important to note that the rehabilitation of the area is both physical, working the fields, rebuilding the houses, but it's also mental, it's also emotional. It will take time. The situation right now is that about 60% of the residents have returned. There are places where there are 100% return rates, and in other places the situation is much worse. It really varies from one place to another. We're going to talk about that later on. When residents ask me, and they ask me all the time whether they should return home, I tell them that the security situation on the Lebanese border has never been better. But the big question is, will it stay that way? And that is what Tal and I are going to discuss right now. We divided this amongst us. I'm going to talk about everything other than Hezbollah. Now let's talk a little bit about the terms of the ceasefire in November. In July, I went to the Congress and I had 3 messages to relay. We needed a deadline. We needed effective enforcement. and disarmament, and not a withdrawal, not just withdrawal. Hezbollah could not withdraw from where it lives. Statements like that are very misleading and irrelevant. I thought that I was successful. These three things are included in the ceasefire agreement. However, the deadline was given to Israel and not to Lebanon, 60 days to withdraw from Israel. Of course, that did not happen. And ultimately, Israel is maintaining 5 points on the border. And this, with regard to the ceasefire, or what we call cease between the fire, there have been almost 400 attacks since the ceasefire, which is an average of 2 per day, reserving the right and the capability to take action. And I think this is very, very important. However, I also want to say that the North relies on tourism, and it's very unpleasant to come to the beautiful, relaxing Galilee for vacation and hear the explosions in the middle of the night. And that's the dilemma. How do you create a normal life with that type of sound, with those sound effects in the background, which are not quite normal at all? UNIFIL is certainly not helpful. Just over the last month and a half, we had 11 violent incidents between UNIFIL and the army. In this case, it's probably Hezbollah. Sorry, the sounds of the video is too loud. I can't hear her. It's interfering with our efforts. LAF is one of the main one of the greatest question marks that we have, because the Lebanese army, as we hear in the media, both the Israeli media and the international media, that they're trying, they're working, they have excellent PR, and they say that they're working. They talk about it all the time. The army talks about finding 500 weapons stores in Lebanon, 500 weapons stores. Hezbollah weapons may be belonging to others, and I ask, but where are they? IDF published so many photos of the Hezbollah weapons that they found in Lebanon, but where are the weapons that LAF found? And the only photo that we have, I think this is maybe the only photo. There's one other video. This is it. And here too, it's public relations. There is an American, there's a French representative standing here looking at the rockets that don't look anything like the sophisticated weapons that we know that Hezbollah has, that the IDF found and retrieved from Lebanon. Now, before we talk about the decision making by diplomats and leaders, there are residents. There are 60,000 people and tens of thousands of people like us who weren't evacuated, who lived with a deep sense of fear, fearing that Hezbollah would invade the Galilee, and then lived through genuine risks, genuine threat posed by the missiles and rockets to our lives. And these people here in the photos need this proof that Hezbollah is indeed being disarmed. We need to see this proof with our very own eyes. The woman who lives in Avivim or in Sarit on the border, that woman has to see this proof with her own eyes, to see those 500 stores. If there are 500 stores, then we should see 500 photos. And we don't have that. Now let's add to that we know that there are commanders in the Lebanese army, their names are here on the screen, that are very problematic. They have been collaborating for many years, and we've been familiar with these names for many years. They collaborate with Hezbollah very actively, hiding the military actions of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, and this is not something that we can tolerate. If Lebanon insists that it has changed face, if the president of Lebanon, the prime minister of Lebanon, tell the Americans that they're doing something different now, then they have to prove it, because talk in the Middle East is nice, but it's not always related to action. And here's an excellent example. On Tegros, the U.S. envoy to Beirut tells the Prime Minister of Lebanon that Hezbollah cannot be part of the government and receives a promise that Hezbollah will not be part of the government. And then she gets on the plane, goes back home, and on the media, he says, I founded a government that's apolitical, meaning that doesn't have politicians. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't have include members of Hezbollah. And that very day, this poster was published on social media in Lebanon. And if you know how to read Arabic, then you understand that it says 5 ministers with poking a finger in the eye of the Americans. At the number 5 on the American flag, 5 ministers that are the 5 ministers in the government appointed the ministers. 2 were appointed by Hezbollah. They are physicians. They may be wonderful people, but they were appointed by Hezbollah. And 3 were appointed by Amal, who are not politicians, but those are the ones who appointed them. I hope I have my facts right. Is that? Now, the situation is complicated, which means that on the one hand, things are happening there, and we say things that we say are wonderful, but on the other hand, and Alma is the one in charge of the good news in Alma, so he'll talk about Hezbollah shortly. There are things that are going in the right direction, and this is an example. The Hariri airport is a significant affair. The Hariri airport was in the hands of Hezbollah, complete freedom of activity there. Hezbollah insisted on that. It went out in the streets in 2008 to make sure that they had complete control over the airport. But now Iranian flights cannot land in Hariri, and if they do, it's only diplomatic flights. So while aircraft still can land at the airport, that's on a much lower scale than Hezbollah would have liked. This is money that was stopped at the Hariri airport. We don't know how much money was not confiscated and managed to get through, but we have a general idea. 30 employees at the airport were fired by the government for being Hezbollah supporters. These are positive directions, but as I said before, it's a positive direction, but it's still inadequate. And I'm often asked, what do the Lebanese think after that whole mess, after everything that happened? What do the Lebanese people think? Do they support Hezbollah? Do they continue to support Hezbollah? Now, first of all, we have to stop talking about the Lebanese people, because Lebanon has a very diverse population. There are those who traditionally object to Hezbollah and those who traditionally support Hezbollah. And what we ask at Alma from the research perspective is whether the people who traditionally support Hezbollah and receive all of the services, as you will see in the video, they receive fuel. This is a Hezbollah video, of course. Pharmacy services with an Iranian flag in the background. Supermarket, ambulance services, healthcare services, and banks. This is the symbol of the Hezbollah banks. That once you receive all these services, go vote. Now, this is a month of municipal elections in Lebanon. Next week it will be southern Lebanon. We'll have more information. There were already elections in Pka, and there Hezbollah won. So those who traditionally supported Hezbollah, at least according to the information that we have today, continue to support Hezbollah traditionally. Of course, there are changes, but these voices are not enough for me to be able to say that the trends are changing. That, unfortunately, that's not the situation. Another question that I'm asked, I talked about normalization with Syria, and during one of the webinars that David mentioned before, I was asked about normalization with Lebanon, and that day I received this photo. A photo of Sheikh Muafa Tarif with the president of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. And after this photo was released, it kind of gave a boost on social media, the Israeli social media, of course. It kind of showed that hope that they're willing to shake hands with an Israeli sheikh who presents himself as a global cleric, and for good reason. So he said, okay, maybe this is just the beginning and we can start talking from here. However, Joseph Aoun immediately understood the situation and released a clarification statement saying that, no, I didn't know who he was. So I highly doubt that he didn't know who this man was, but the fact that he had to make that clarification gives us a sense of what is happening in Lebanon and how far we still are from normalization. Again, unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case. I hope I don't have any spelling mistakes on this slide. I tried to correct all of them. But it was very important to conclude with this. I don't usually like to put text in my presentations, but there were a few things that I wanted to say about what can be done. It doesn't make any sense that Hezbollah is considered a terrorist entity, but in Lebanon, it's a legitimate political party, a social movement. And when in Lebanon they talk about disarming Hezbollah, the president says we'll do it with through national dialogue. And this term national dialogue is something that I remember from before the previous war, before 2006. I know that what I've said now, people will say you must be dreaming. There is no chance that the Lebanese will agree. But I'm not here to talk about whether there are chances or not. I'm here as an Israeli saying what has to happen in order for there to be a better future for Israel and for Lebanon. And as long as Hezbollah is a legitimate entity in Lebanon with its banks that operate in Lebanon, with UNIFIL, as I talked about before, and the Lebanese army that really isn't helping us build confidence. I don't know how we'll bring a change without these things happening, and there is an opportunity for change now. I've said this many times. This is a golden opportunity for change because Hezbollah is struggling now. But we cannot continue fooling ourselves. And I think that the state of Israel now, the way it's operating from the security perspective, is being very clear about this. We cannot continue fooling ourselves after October 7th. And therefore, even in Lebanon, we can't reach a state of normalization in a situation in which there is an entity there that can continue to threaten us. This has to be completely uprooted. Now, I would now like to introduce head of the research department, Tal Beeri. We like to joke together, but I must say that he is responsible for a lot of the achievements of the Alma Center. Many of these achievements could not have been reached without Tal Beeri, who leads very powerfully leads the research department through the war and through fighting, and with so much creativity. He brought things that I couldn't have even imagined that we could have done when I first initiated this project. Thank you, Tal. And now the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. I will ask in the next 15 minutes and answer, do we now have a real opportunity to get rid of Hezbollah with an emphasis on its military force to disarm it, or is it actually a dangerous illusion? To answer this, I will attempt to examine the organization's current condition, focusing on its military condition with some political, ideological, and demographic context. This review actually presents a special report that we've only just released that examines this question, and this analyzes the Hezbollah's status in depth. On November 20, 2024, Ibrahim El-Amin, the editor of Hezbollah's mouthpiece, Al-Akhbar, wrote that the current confrontation is just another round in the war to destroy Israel. He added that Hezbollah will rebuild and become strong again. This sentence encapsulates Hezbollah's worldview: no peace, no compromises, one ideology, which is ongoing armed resistance. This brings us to the distinction between the outward appearance, Hezbollah's apparent weakness, the removal of its signs in Beirut, and that is all on the media work, operations at the airport that do or don't bear fruit, and a talk about disarmament of Hezbollah versus the reality where Hezbollah still has an army, no less, and behind the scenes works to rebuild it with Iranian assistance. Israel has managed to strike Hezbollah's leadership hard, both the political leadership and the military leadership. More than 170 senior figures, commanders, and knowledge hubs were eliminated, beginning from Nasrallah at the top to the mid-level command. The political leadership, the current political leadership, headed by Naim Qassem, is a leadership that is gray, lacks charisma, and may not actually have the field's trust. To date, there is even information about a sort of an internal discussion about a leadership change, which the Iranians and Naim Qassem will need to decide about. And I mentioned the Iranians first for good reason. The military echelon is also significantly weakened. We understand that Mohammad Haider is acting chief of staff, but he doesn't have operational experience that is significant. Alongside him is Haytham Ali Tabtabai. We understand he is currently Hezbollah's Southern Front commander. He is a clearly operational figure. Unlike Haidar, he has an impressive military record, but tension and friction exist between them, creating internal crisis that has an impact downwards as well. It is very possible that Tabtabai is undermining Haidar's position and sees himself as more suitable to be Hezbollah's chief of staff now. Two other figures who have gained prominence due to the war are Wafiq Safa, Hezbollah's coordination and liaison officer. He's involved in port smuggling, all of the ports, not just the airport, but also the seaports, and also Haj Khalil Khab, commander of Unit 133, formerly known as 1-800. He is involved in Lebanon-Palestine operations. We believe that they were responsible for the March 2023 Megiddo Junction terror attack alongside the Radwan unit. With regard to Hezbollah operatives, out of a military force of around 100,000 before the war, we estimate that Israel has hit about 15% of them. We're talking about roughly 4,000 killed and 10,000 wounded, many from the operational core. The Radwan unit, this is the unit that was supposed to invade the Galilee, suffered a devastating blow and is now unfit to invade the Galilee, at least temporarily. 31 of its commanders, you see them on the screen, the most senior ones were killed, including the unit's commander Wissam El Tawil and his successors, and hundreds of its operatives were hit. The threat posed by the original invasion plan is no longer relevant, and even a reduced version is unlikely. However, and this is a however that we need to remember, the threat of small cell infiltrations remains and always will be. As of now, Radwan have begun to rebuild their capabilities, and their operatives are present in southern Lebanon. With regard to Hezbollah's tunnel network, with the 5 types of tunnels and underground infrastructure, it seems that the relevant tunnels for an incursion, I'm talking about the incursion ones and the access ones, they appear to have been discovered and neutralized along the contact line. However, Hezbollah still maintains extensive underground infrastructure, including tactical and strategic tunnels that were not harmed north of the Litani, where the IDF did not maneuver, and also in the Bekaa area. There, large amounts of weaponry are stored. Some of it, we believe, is ready for use. A good example is the vast infrastructure east of Nabatea that was bombed on May 8th, which contained tunnel and shaft infrastructure. With regard to the booby trap tunnels, their status is unclear. Factually, Hezbollah hasn't used them at all during the war. with regard to the geographic units in the south of Lebanon, these units, Nasser and Aziz, were hit very hard. So much so that the Badr unit north of the Litani that was less affected is helping with their rebuilding also in the south of the Litani River, which is outside of its original jurisdiction. You can assume that because of the severe harm to the command chains, infrastructure, and operational continuity of Nasser and Aziz, Badr's resources have been redirected to support the areas originally under Nasser and Aziz. Hezbollah operatives are finding it really difficult to stay and operate near the contact line as of now. But in this area too, they're still present, and Hezbollah is using new old tactics in order to try to overcome these difficulties. It is acting to flood the border region with civilian caravans from an NGO called Izru Ze Leze, in Hebrew, help one another. These are allegedly for civilian purposes, but in practice, some are designed to be disguised Hezbollah posts. You may have noticed that there are those who attack them methodically, these buildings. Once one of these structures is positioned, it is being attacked. But what is more important, and history always teaches us, that we cannot ignore the similarity to the pattern of operation of the Green organization. They were active just before the incursion into the Galilee. Before the war, Hezbollah had around 75,000 rockets and missiles. Today, we believe they have between 20 to 25,000. And this enables it theoretically, and I emphasize theoretically, to launch dozens of rockets per day for a year, depending, of course, on the number of launches that it has. The strikes in Beirut on March 28th and April 27th in Dahia district, these strikes targeted buildings storing drones and precision-guided missiles. So we understand that not all advanced conventional weapons of Hezbollah were destroyed. Now, to date, Iran is deeply involved in the reconstruction and operational intelligence security efforts. The same applies to the financial efforts. Professional Iranian experts from at least 6 units of the IRGC are physically present in Lebanon, mentoring Hezbollah closely, using dedicated investigation teams that analyze the reasons for the failures. They draw lessons and they make structural changes and adjustments, starting to train the next generation. Ultimately, the goal is to get Hezbollah back on its feet, maybe not today, but within a few short years. We believe that the recent reports on Iranian advisors being evacuated from Lebanon for fear of being killed are part of information warfare, no less. 2 key components for Hezbollah's rebuilding and strengthening. One, the first, is independent weapons production, and the other is smuggling of weapons and funds. The collapse of the main arms corridor through Syria makes these even more critical. The May 5th airstrike near Nabi Shit, Janta, right on the Lebanon-Syria border, targeting the underground facility, which in fact was Hezbollah's largest precision missile factory. That shows that Hezbollah hasn't given up on its intention and attempts to resume independent production and rebuild its arsenal of missiles. The fact that this is already the 4th strike on the same site, that indicates Hezbollah's determination to renew and rebuild its missile arsenal. So how are the smuggling units adapting their routes? The first way is a direct maritime route from Iran to Lebanon, arrival at a Lebanese port or at sea, and rendezvousing at sea, opposite Lebanon. The other is a combined indirect maritime, air or land route from Iran to Sudan, and from Sudan to Libya via land, and from there to Lebanon via the sea. Another route is an air route for money smuggling via Iraq and or Turkey. You can see in this photo, in this slide, Hussein Ali Nasser, deputy commander of Hezbollah's unit 4400. He was killed in on April 20. He's taking a selfie at the Baghdad International Airport. This is one of the routes for money smuggling. I also don't rule out the Turkish land route, which already in 2007, an Iranian weapons shipment was intercepted there on Turkish soil. It was bound for Hezbollah. And lastly, there is the renewed smuggling via the Syria's land route. Against the background of Syria's instability, Iran and Hezbollah haven't abandoned their intentions to reestablish a foothold there. We believe motivation exists, and this can be done through new collaborations with local forces based on various interests, mainly in exchange for money. You have to understand the Syria-Lebanon border is around 400 kilometers long. This means that every 3 kilometers or so, there is some kind of an informal smuggling path, also underground routes, and through it, almost anything can be transferred. And if you think that the Hezbollah procurement agents don't know this, then you need to think again. The Iranians were not sad, to say the least, when learning of the reduction of the deployment of the Iranian forces in northeast Syria. And should this happen also in southeastern Syria, then I estimate that the Dara province will again be exposed to Iranian influence and presence. What can we learn about Hezbollah's recovery process in the south of Lebanon since the ceasefire? From figures that we have since the ceasefire, we know that the geographical unit operatives are present in south of Lebanon, including south of the Litani River. Since the ceasefire, Hezbollah is continuing significant military activity reflected in fixing infrastructures, becoming stronger with weapons, etc. There is also intention to perform terrorist acts in Israel and worldwide. IDF does work on a daily basis against these attempts, but if we try to characterize these targeted killings by the IDF, you can see, for example, that it targets in this way geographical unit operatives who are involved in intelligence gathering, arms transfers, and logistics. It also targets Radwan unit operatives, people who were busy rebuilding the operative preparedness of preparing terrorist attacks, and also senior figures responsible of special operations, somebody who was in charge for rebuilding communication infrastructure, engineering officers, and the deputy commander of Unit 4400 and Unit 3900. These commanders as well, who were busy planning terrorist attacks in Israel and worldwide. So to conclude, Hezbollah is still functioning, still alive, but the damage it has sustained is enormous, unique, and deeply felt. Targeted killings have had a substantial effect on Hezbollah. The idea that everyone is replaceable may not fully apply to Hezbollah. Eliminating a significant number of key figures in a short period of time has proven that not everybody is replaceable, and this has deeply affected Hezbollah's current functioning and its ability to develop a new generation. There is a crisis of trust between operatives and leadership, and also among leadership and the command ranks themselves. The sense of intelligence penetration has paralyzed Hezbollah operationally and led to a loss of confidence. And this continues due to the near-daily targeted killings, including this morning. Radwan, Nasser, and Aziz's 3 major units have suffered severe losses, including restricted freedom of action in southern Lebanon. The operating environment, both local and regional, is less favorable. In Lebanon, there was a new president and government, a stronger army. Others have become bolder. And in the region, the Assad regime collapses, the oxygen supply of the Iranian corridor has been severed, and the internal, domestic, and international situation of Iran is relevant here, and also very strong American involvement. Having said all that, now comes the but. It's a big but. Will Hezbollah truly disarm? we have to remember the core of Hezbollah, the armed resistance, is not a means, it is an identity. The ideology and motivation for the resistance to destroy Israel remains intact, and the Iranians are strategically committed to rehabilitating Hezbollah. Within Hezbollah, they make arrangements for all of the base and all of the municipal services. The Shiites are now between 35 and 50% of the population, depends who you ask, and the demography is the quiet, ultimate weapon of Hezbollah. This rifle on Hezbollah's flag that you see, that is not a decoration. It is not a decoration, it's a statement. And I quote Nasrallah, they will take our souls before they take our weapons, not because we love weapons, but because they are a symbol of honor and pride. Perhaps this is a historic opportunity to significantly weaken Hezbollah, but dismantling it, I'm not optimistic. This is an organization driven by a sense of mission and strategic patience. Lebanon's current process might even lead to the opposite situation of internal escalation, and possibly in such a scenario, Hezbollah may behave like a wounded beast, and then there will be a civil war. Hezbollah only needs time and patience. The question is, does Israel have that same patience? Hezbollah made a strategic mistake when not immediately and fully joining Hamas on October 7th. In such context, Ibrahim Akil, who was in charge of operations in Hezbollah and responsible for the Radwan force, is said to have said that there is no such thing as half war. Either wage an over war against Israel, commencing with an extensive incursion into the Galilee, or nothing at all. Akil was right, and from Israel's perspective, it's good that Nasrallah did not listen to him. Israel severely hurt Hezbollah, but did not crush it. Israel will continue to fight an ongoing battle against an ideological enemy that is patient and sometimes sophisticated. And therefore, we don't have to ask whether there is a historic opportunity to get rid of Hezbollah and its force, but the question is whether Israel has the patience required in order to continue to weaken it constantly until Hezbollah is no longer relevant. And in addition, does the country of Lebanon have the ability and a desire to confront Hezbollah? As I mentioned, the full analysis is found in a special report that we've just published. Thank you very much. We have time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. We'll gladly answer some questions. Miri. First of all, it was fascinating. It wasn't as depressing as you said it would be, because you said some good things as well. I'd like you to address the issue of whether, or if Israel doesn't address this, then what do you, Sarit too, what do you think on the side of the Lebanon state? What can it do against Hezbollah, if at all? I mean, ultimately, it has weakened. It is part of Lebanon. This issue that we always asked, how much more Lebanese, how much more Islamic resistance, but in my head, this is constantly the model of Iraq, of what happened in 2003 in Iraq, what was done to the Sunnis, what it led to in Iraq, and how is it reflected in Lebanon. Let me just say, I'm laughing because this statement of Iraq model, I say it and they tell me stop saying it. There is a lot of disagreement between us. So I say it in the context of what will happen if Hezbollah says, you know what, no problem, I will just join the Lebanese army. It's all okay, it's all good. That just happens in Syria as well. So I just continued your question. Tal, please answer. So as you saw, I'm less optimistic, even though I've learned to be more balanced, in my opinion. But as I said, in the end of my words, the issue of Hezbollah in Lebanon, if ultimately it will pushed against the wall and things will be more extreme for it, I believe that it is likely that there will be a civil war of sorts, because ultimately Hezbollah is not going to give up. its status in Lebanon, its ability to carry weapons, the ability of an independent army. That's how I see things. And to wit, some of the examples that I gave, if the Lebanese state does as much as it purports to do, and as much as the Lebanese army advertises 500 sites, then okay, where was the site in Abatia? Where was the site in Janta? These are the key sites. So this leads me to tell you, even based on several indications that we see in Lebanon, it is very possible that there is a coordination of sorts, above the table and under the table. In the some sort of coordination, saying, we'll take care of this side, that side, and this one. Are these sides you Hezbollah, you're willing to give up on these sites? Okay, but then you're not allowed to touch our important sites. And ultimately, I don't see circumstances where the state of Lebanon, to answer your question, as I said earlier, disarms Hezbollah. I don't see a situation of this kind. Any more questions? What impact did the U.S. brokered ceasefire have? And if there was no ceasefire, could Israel have completely dismantled Hezbollah? I'll answer in English. I don't think that Israel's goals were to completely dismantle Hezbollah. The goals were to lift the threat of the rockets and the threat of invasion. I do agree.
That, as we've seen, it's not enough to bomb by airstrikes. And as Tal said, what the Lebanese army it's not enough. So I think a few more weeks maybe could have done better, but I don't think we ever tried to dismantle Hezbollah completely, because it's not just a military militia, because it's much more than that. And that's why you need the Lebanese here on board as well.
What needed to be neutralized is the immediate threat. You always have to remember the clock, the international clock. And that's what has been done. The imminent risk in the form of Radwan's invasion, that was neutralized. That possibility does not exist anymore now. But I'm not talking about what we should have done. I'm talking about what we need to continue doing. The state of Israel has to continue, in my opinion, even forever, to continue to hurt Hezbollah and weaken it and aspire to make it as not relevant, as irrelevant as possible in the entire Lebanese area, under this title of rehabilitation. So everything that is defined as rehabilitation, Israel has to land blows on it each day, every day, until as long as necessary. Another question from the back there. If you can just wait for the microphone, please. Hi. If there's no UNIFIL, then what is the alternative? What do you propose? If there is no UNIFIL, maybe the question should be, what is UNIFIL's task in order for us to even find an alternative? Okay, that too. Well, 1701 in 2006 tried to do something else, tried to say, let's give more power to an international force, but didn't say all the way what this international force is required to do. And there is an internal contradiction in the wording of that resolution. And therefore, this is why there is a disagreement between the Israelis and the others. What is UNIFIL's task? If we take the Israeli position for a moment and we say that their mandate was to disarm Hezbollah south of the Litani, then UNIFIL got in our way trying to do that during the war, and they also concealed Hezbollah's military activity in open areas that really could have been entered. there was no reason not to. Under their noses, training went on, weapons were hidden. All of that was designed to be used for Hezbollah's incursion into Israel. So who needs to disarm Hezbollah? Personally, I think it has to be tremendous pressure applied by an international mechanism, the United States and France and others, together with the Lebanese. But as Tal says, we're not sure that this is enough. There's not always a solution that is available. I, over the years, have said, okay, UNIFIL can give us 1,000 soldiers instead of 10,000. And they will be the mediators when things happen on the ground, because ultimately we're on the border and, there's flooding here and trash over there. And somebody needs to be able to talk with both parties. But after I saw what happened here during the war, I think it's just not good enough. I mean, we can establish a different international platform, but this particular one is not good for us. Wait, let me ask, within UNIFIL's mechanism, in your opinion, is there a mole, a Hezbollah mole? I don't know. I really don't know why UNIFIL is collaborating with Hezbollah. I've looked for various reasons over the years. None of the reasons I found was convincing enough, so I'm not going to share them with you. And there was one last question there at the back, and then we'll move on to the next panel. I wanted to ask you to address briefly the possibility that existed of a massive strategic surprise in the north, as happened in the south. For 18 months, we've been talking about all the failures and all these misperceptions with regard to the south. And you actually were on it for years before that. But according to what I understand, we almost reached catastrophic circumstances. So is there any real soul searching? Is it really the same in the south and in the north, or is this a different matter? This is a very painful issue for several reasons. First of all, as a resident of the north, I feel that we were just lucky. I don't know if there's any investigations and inquiries about this. I have no idea. I hope there are. Tal and I also, we don't know, or I don't know why Hezbollah did not enter on October 7th at 6:29. There's all kinds of possible reasons. But I think it makes no difference, because Hezbollah was 100% ready to enter on October 7th at 6:29, and there must have been some sort of a decision or a surprise there. I have no idea. And then there was a dilemma. In the first weeks, I think there was a very big dilemma, a ping pong between the Iranians and Hezbollah of whether or not to enter. And in fact, if they had entered, they would not have succeeded as much as Hamas. And I guess they didn't want that. So we're very lucky. We at the Alma Center talked about it. Tal talked about it. We wrote it in our documents. You can make inquiries and see it. There will be an investigation that will be published, and it will show it. And this is very sad. We find it very sad that even though we saw them ready on the fence, it was clear to anybody living in the north and looking in that direction. We knew what was going on, and the IDF was not prepared to protect the towns. I don't want to talk about the Israeli side as much, what happened here from the IDF's perspective, but I do want to support what Sarit said. Hezbollah was ready to invade the Galilee immediately. I can say that again, according to what we understand and what we understood since the end of 2022 through 2023, and it became especially clear towards the summer. It was a clear statement that we put out in Alma Center. We said it's a matter of after the holidays, the high holidays, Hezbollah may choose to perform an extreme move and invade the Galilee. Okay, so we'll stop the questions now. Tali, please join us.
Thank you very much, Tal and Sarit.
Full of upheaval regarding American policy in the Middle East. In almost every area, we witnessed surprises during President Trump's visit to the Gulf. I would like to invite Dr. Eric Mandel, founder of the MEPIN Institute, to clarify where things are heading. Are they moving in the right direction? What is required in order to seize opportunities while avoiding taking unnecessary risk when it comes to American interest in ensuring Israel's security?
Good morning, everyone. So I think before I get into American policy in Lebanon, Syria, what's going on in Iran, I want you to understand what's going on in the United States now. And I think for Americans, it's hard to understand what's going on. So to understand U.S. foreign policy, you need to understand that President Trump and the rise of populism is very different than traditional Republican foreign policy. I think you need to think about it as security-minded internationalists like Senators Tom Cotton and Lindsey Graham, as opposed to more isolationists, or as they like to call themselves, restrainists, like Tucker Carlson, who has the president's ear, and Tulsi Gabbard. The MAGA, America First ideology prioritizes American interests and minimizes allies' interests. As you saw, the president prioritizes trillion-dollar, even though I think they're overstated, deals. And I think an indication of where America is in foreign policy, certainly in this region, is what the president did regarding the Houthis, where he made a deal and left Israel out, and that being a harbinger of possible American foreign policy in relation to what was its primary ally in the region, that being Israel. So maybe another way to look at this is a comparison between President Reagan and current President Trump. So you have Trump, his foreign policy realism is based upon commerce, transactional, but without the American values, democracy building, and idealism. President Reagan was also a realist, but it was totally built upon American idealism and values. So, oops, sorry, I think I went the other wrong way. So I wait again. The President Trump is not just doing this totally on his own. There's an American public that's behind him besides his base. And so I think you have to ask the question, and this is the most recent way you can think about how Americans look at the Middle East, is what percent of Americans are sympathetic to Israel? Now, granted, it's more related to what's going on in Gaza now, but less than 50% of Americans are sympathetic towards Israel. Now, 3/4 of Republicans are, but 59% of Democrats sympathize with Palestinians versus 21% sympathizing with Israel. And this is a Gallup poll of 2025. So with that as a background to understand America, President Trump, and where it is, because it is certainly different than what Israel has been dealing with maybe in its previous 77 years, what is American policy for Lebanon? So American policy for Lebanon is the following. It's to strengthen the LAF, no Hezbollah in their government, to support President Noon's reformation of that government, enforcement of the ceasefire, or at least seeing what's going on, to cut Hezbollah's access to international financial systems, and humanitarian relief. I'm just going to jump for a second. Sarit told me not to add any more slides, which I won't, but I just wanted to say I read this morning regarding cutting access. The Lebanon Daily Star this morning said the United States had launched a new initiative to dismantle Hezbollah's infrastructure in South America in the tri-border region of Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay. And it's part of the State Department's Rewards for Justice program to get specific evidence of what's going on. And just in the category of no things are new, this is 10 years after President Obama stopped Operation Cassandra, which was an investigation into Hezbollah's drug activity, and that was to secure JCPOA 1.0. And that's when all the DEA, American Drug Enforcement Administration, had already found much evidence of the drug money laundering that was going on with Hezbollah, and that was stopped. And by the way, this was all reported in Politico, which is not a right-wing outlet. So so just continuing on Lebanon, the U.S. Special Envoy Morgan Ortagus has urged Lebanon basically to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1559 as opposed to just 1701, which is full Lebanese control over the whole country, not just south of the Litani River, in regarding disarming Hezbollah. I don't think this is particularly realistic, but President Noon basically said the likely cost would be to absorb some of Hezbollah's fighters into the LAF. And it's interesting, when I was with Sarit in our State Department, we talked about some specific Hezbollah people that are currently, in the LAF. And I basically, my government doesn't really want to hear about that. It doesn't kind of fit the narrative of what they want to follow. So regarding the United States supporting and its concerns regarding the Lebanese Armed Forces, the LAF. So how has my government supported the LAF? So in January, before Trump took over, President Biden reallocated monies from Israel and Egypt, $100 million to support the LAF. President Trump lifted a freeze on $95 million of assistance to the LAF. So what is my government concerned about? The LAF's limited resources, poor payment, not enough money paying troops. They need more troops. So the question is this going to translate into getting Trump to give more money to the LAF and maybe giving more money before they can prove that they really are fighting Hezbollah effectively? So what America oversees what's going on here. We have just had a change. We now have Major General Leaney, who has replaced Major General Jasper Jeffers, who oversees the ceasefire. But where are they overseeing the ceasefire from? From Beirut. There's no American soldiers who are doing firsthand information in southern Lebanon. They're getting the information from UNIFIL and maybe from the LAF. And so the question really is here, the mandate of our government to our people in Lebanon is a strong relationship between the LAF and the United States. So are we sweeping things under the table if the LAF is not really doing what it needs to do? And by being in Beirut and not getting firsthand information, I think it's misleading my government into believing things are better in southern Lebanon than they really are. On to Syria. President Erdogan wants President Trump to accept a strong Syria under Turkish influence. So Erdogan is lobbying my president, saying the combination of Qatari cash to rebuild a devastated Syria with Turkish influence, that Syria can become stable. The president wants to have things done quickly. He doesn't want to care really how it is. It's not about democracy building. And then the golden ring for President Trump is, then Erdogan says, you could have all your troops, the 800 to 1,000 American troops in places like Al-Tanf, they can leave. And that's music to the president's ears. So to give you an idea of President Erdogan's influence on President Trump, says Trump told reporters, here's a quote, "We told the Israelis we are going to remove the sanctions. Turkish President Erdogan thinks we should do it." So what, from an American perspective, do we think what has Israel told the administration or Congress? They are preferring a decentralized Syria, not under Turkish hegemony. Israelis are worried that Syria turns into a Turkish forward operating base where the jihadists are still in control. Al-Shura what the Israelis have told my government is Al-Shura has stocked the army and key ministries with his loyalists, and the new constitution places too much power in Al-Shura's hands, or Al-Jalani. And Israel recommended a distrust and verify policy before removing sanctions, which was my assessment also. But Israel, and also warned of the jihadi threat to the minorities that are there, Erdogan's threat about what about the Kurds in the northeast, thinking about what he did less than 10 years ago to the Kurds in the northwest, in the Afrin area. And from an Israeli perspective, they were hoping for autonomous zones in Syria. Unfortunately, in my government, both it is bipartisan, and this is I work in one of these offices, Senator Risch and Senator Shaheen, who were the two senior people in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, were pressuring the administration to have sanctions relief, before you knew where al-Shira was. And you had a lot of, there was a congressman who went up and spoke with al-Shira, Martin Stoltzman, and it was basically sounding like he was writing talking points for al-Shira, saying he's open to a Golan Heights deal, wants to rebuild Syria into a free republic. Shara is reducing terrorists. It's in the United States and Israel's interest to align in integrating al-Shara. So there's a tremendous amount for the of support for Syrian al-Shara. They see him as reformed. They don't see that he is a jihadist in a suit. On to Iran. Maybe the true existential issue. We're not talking about what's going on in Gaza today. We're going to stick with Iran. I was involved in the Iran. I had a front row seat in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from 2013 to 2015. And so I have a unique perspective about what's going on today. So what is today President Trump's bottom line for a nuclear deal? Is it nuclear dismantlement? Or is it about civilian enrichment, allowing Iran to still have civilian enrichment? Will he allow the IRGC to keep an enrichment infrastructure, keeping the centrifuges there, maybe in mothballs? What about the proxies? If there's sanctions relief, if a deal is made, is there anything in what's negotiated so he doesn't rearm Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis? Is he willing to abandon the Iranian people? I have to be forthright, I work with Iranian activists. And what about the ballistic missiles? None of these things are being addressed, just like in the JCPOA 1.0, none of this was addressed. None of it is being addressed right now, at least according to my Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that none of these things are being addressed right now in the negotiations. So a JCPOA 2.0. So this is a leaked option. I don't have firsthand confirmation of this. From this week is that the United States has offered Iran that they would freeze enrichment for 3 years, followed by being allowed to do 3.67% enrichment. And anybody who knows that if you allow enrichment, it is not a tremendous leap, especially with the knowledge and experience, to get to 90% in a very short order. And nothing in the current negotiations is about disclosing past nuclear weaponization work. Remember, there are three components here, if you will, to the nuclear stool, which has 3 legs on it. You have enrichment, they know how to do that. They have ballistic missiles, they know how to do that. The only thing is the question of weaponization, that's the computer modeling, the compartmentalization of nuclear material into grapefruit-size spheres on top of a ballistic missile. By the way, that's not the only way they can do that. So what are Iran's goals from an American perspective? And this is what I tell Congress. Stretch out negotiations to prevent an Israeli strike. The longer the negotiations go on, Israel cannot strike, because Israel does not want to have the wrath of President Trump while he's negotiating. And certainly, if he makes a deal, will Israel take the risk of becoming completely isolated from America, because Trump's wrath could be that if Israel strikes Iran and a regional war occurs, to, who knows, cut off supply lines. Iran's goal is to retain its infrastructure. They have strategic patience. They want sanctions relief. So the regime can remain strong, and they want to wait out President Trump's term. So the key questions on U.S. policy and negotiations are, do the Iranians believe Trump is bluster, where he says bad things could happen if you don't agree to a deal? So the question is, do the Iranians believe that Trump has a true, credible military threat? Well, of those B-2s in Diego Garcia that are sitting there. Does President Trump realize that Israel, after disabling the anti-missile systems in October, the Israelis disabling them, that he has his best leverage because Iran is weak? President Trump is supposedly a great negotiator, and does he realize that actually if there was a strike, that's maybe the best time to negotiate because Iran would be even more vulnerable? Finally, does the president and his administration realize that there are other options to become nuclear for Iran, other than the current path. They may not be able to put it on a ballistic missile, but they can develop a Hiroshima-style type of nuclear weapon and claim that they are a nuclear power. They could also have a few from their friends in North Korea shipped on a container ship and claim to be a nuclear power. So there are other pathways other than, we need to think out of the box of what the Iranians can do to show they're a nuclear power and have the ultimate deterrence. And finally, is the president's special envoy, who really had no Middle East experience, on the other side, Jared Kushner didn't, but did amazing things with the Abraham Accords. But is Special Envoy Witkoff the right person to negotiate with the Iranians? It was reported that when he was dealing between Russia and Ukraine, he used a Russian translator and not an American translating from Russian. So he seems to have made some missteps along the way. And the question is, I wrote this piece for The Hill, can a transactional real estate businessman outwit the experienced and wily Iranian negotiators? And he has gone back and forth in saying if Iran can have a nuclear weapon, he has not gone back and forth. He has said they cannot have a nuclear weapon, but regarding enrichment and things like that, he seems to go back and forth. And is that reflective of the president or inexperienced or purposeful? And finally, if I had more time, and I'm happy to discuss this, I think Qatar is a major issue, even though, and even when we're dealing with the North, Qatari money coming into Syria, coming into Lebanon, and its influence in the United States is a big issue to discuss maybe in a future conference. If anybody wants to talk to me after, fine, I'd be happy to. And if you write to me, please take a picture of the slide. I will be happy to respond to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eric Mandel. You are now invited to a 10-minute coffee break. I just want you to know that that we will show videos from the virtual press club tour. The tour was taken from 360 degrees by a special drone along our borders with Lebanon and Syria, offering a unique perspective of areas that are strategic to Israel and also beautiful. So enjoy the video and please come back on time.
Lover's got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. One more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, one more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. Strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. Na 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 one more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, one more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified. Freedom and love. One more and more. Freedom and love. One more and more. Freedom and love. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no fame, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. One more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, one more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. 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 My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no power, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no faith, he's got a strong beliefs. My lover's got no money, he's got a strong beliefs. Na 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 na. One more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, one more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire. Na 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 na. Rhythm is a dancer, it's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Lift your hands and voices, free your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Oh, you can feel it in the air. Rhythm is a dancer, it's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Lift your hands and voices, free your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, Well, rhythm, you feel it, rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer, rhythm. You can feel it, you will feel it, rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer. Rhythm is a dancer, it's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Lift your hands and voices, free your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Oh, you can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Rhythm is a dancer. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back. You are ready, I will surrender. Take me and do as you will. What you want your way's always the best way, always the best way. I have succumbed to this passive sensation, peacefully falling away. I am the zombie, your wish will command me. Fell to my knees, come on. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back to me. Can I control this empty delusion, lost in the fire below? And you come running, your eyes will be open, your eyes will be open. And when you come back, I'll be as you want me, only so eager to please. My little song will keep you beside me, thinking your name as I sing. Sing it back, bring it back, sing it back, bring it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back, well, don't you sing it back to me. You can help it if you feel have been tempted by fruit hanging ripe on the tree. And I feel useless, don't care what the truth is, you will be here come the day. True, do you hear me? Don't try to come near me, so tired that I slip through the lie. If you desire to lay here beside me, come to my sweet melody. Come on, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Sing it back, baby, sing it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back to me. Sing it back, bring it back, sing it back, bring it back to me. Yeah, sing it back, bring it back now, sing it back, baby. Come on now, sing it back, bring it back, bring it, sing it, bring it back to me. Come on now, sing it back to me. Yeah, bring it back to me. Yeah. Sing it back to me. Come on and bring it back to me. Yeah, now just sing it back to me. Bring it back now, sing it back to me. Sing it back to me. Come on now. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes. You're just too good. I can't take my eyes. You'd be like heaven to touch. Oh, I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, then let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. Trust in me when I say, oh pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. It's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you. I step off the train, I'm walking down your street again and past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there, but now you've disappeared somewhere like out of space. Found some better place, and I miss you like the deserts miss the rain. miss the rain. I step off the train. I'm walking down your street again and past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there, but now you've disappeared somewhere, like out of space. You found some better place, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain.
We're asking everybody to take your seats. We want to continue to be on schedule, to be on time. בבקשה, תפסו מקומות, אנחנו ממשיכים.
Please take your seats. We would like to continue. On October 8, in October, the rebels in Syria were able to do what hadn't been able to be done for 15 years. And since then, we've been trying to decide whether Syria is a threat or an opportunity. Does it want to normalize relations with Israel, or does it want to establish an al-Qaeda jihadist state? To answer these questions, I want to introduce Yaakov Lappin, a fellow researcher at Alma, whose work has been published by many research centers, including Alma, the Miryam Institute, JNS, and Channel 24. The panel will take place in English.
To this very important conference. Last year, we could hear the explosions of artillery, IDF artillery, targeting Hezbollah, and now we're here in the north, a quiet north, and that's good news. That's definitely good news for everybody living here. And today we're going to be talking in this panel not about Hezbollah, which you've already heard about, but about Syria. So let me give you a quick overview before I introduce our panelists. The IDF and the defense establishment have undergone a total sea change in the way they understand threats and how to deal with them. If in the past we heard about deterrence and we heard about trying to figure out enemy intentions, the big painful lesson from October 7th is that what matters is enemy capabilities and preventing those from being built up. That's the underlying logic of everything that Israel is doing in every arena. In Lebanon, which you've heard about, in Gaza, where it's being implemented in the form of achieving long-term security control on the ground, and in Syria, where this understanding is being applied in a very unique manner. And we're going to break that down. And in order to help us do that, I'm very pleased to introduce Eytan Cohen Yanarocak, Turkey expert at the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies at Tel Aviv University. Hi, please join the panel. Dina Lisnyansky, an expert on the Middle East and radical Islamic movements, who teaches at Tel Aviv and Reichmann universities, as well as at the Shalem College. And Boaz Shapira, a researcher specializing in the Syria arena for the Alma Center. Okay, and this is going to be different from the previous format. We're going to be seated, and hopefully we'll have a few questions at the end from the audience. We'll see how the time goes. Now, before we start with the questions that we've prepared, it's important to note that yesterday, Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, said that he's not sure that the new Syrian regime is even going to survive for very long. It might collapse into civil war. He's not sure that the transition's going to work. And he really placed a question mark on the future of this regime, which places a question mark on everything that we're going to be talking about as well, because if things change fundamentally again in Syria, you know, instead of the Sunni government of al-Shara, will it descend into civil war? Will it collapse? Will the Iranians come back? So before we even get into the questions about the Syrian arena, Dina, I wanted to ask you, first of all, to respond to what Secretary of State Rubio said. Do you think that he is right in questioning the very stability and existence of the al-Shara regime? And then we'll get into Israeli policy regarding this arena.
Yes, well, in order to answer this question, we would need to ask ourselves whether the Giuliani regime was, in fact, viable from the first day. And this question is being asked since December 8th. So I believe, in fact, that when Marco Rubio is saying such things, he's, in fact, thinking about two main objectives. The first one is the fact that there are still clashes between the Alawites and the Sunnis, and these clashes are going really badly for the Alawites right now, when they are not finding any more supporters in Khmeimim base within the Russian protection. Now, as we speak, they are kidnapping women and children from the Alawites, so there is this one. The other problem that should be addressed here is, in fact, the problem that is taken into consideration the fact that Giuliani's army, or Ashara's army, was never an army. These were a lot of militias, and within these militias, there were recruits from various countries. Most of these recruits are coming from the post-Soviet region. Now, this post-Soviet region that I'm speaking about is, in fact, the Muslim part of the post-Soviet region, which was badly radicalized. Many of these recruits, they went through ISIS or Al-Qaeda affiliation before they, in fact, were recruited to Giuliani's forces. By the way, the party that recruited them was, in fact, Turkey. And this is something that we will discuss during this panel as well, I believe. So what is happening now is that parts of these militias within Giuliani's army are joining ISIS again because they are not content with the way that Giuliani is leading this specific diplomatic effort to take Syria forward to a pro-Western regime. This is how they perceive it. They're saying, you were chosen, he was not elected, but you were chosen to be our leader in order to bring Sharia to Syria, to make Syria great again in terms of Islam, in terms of a caliphate. But what are you doing with this ticket that we gave you, with this mandate? You're basically selling us. You're selling Sharia, you're selling Islam. This is a very serious accusation that I'm hearing it in a lot of channels of this specific records in a variety of languages. So right. I believe that when Rubio is talking about this specific problem, he addresses these two objectives.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, you know, in the past, we got used to seeing the Assad regime and its backer, Iran, and we got very used to the idea that the Iranians were setting up a Shiite axis on Syrian soil with tens of thousands of Shiite militia members and smuggling missiles into Syria, where they were stationed and pointed at Israel, and also some of them were smuggled onto Hezbollah in Lebanon. In other words, Syria was the core, the bridge between Iran and the Mediterranean, between Iran and Lebanon. It was in many ways the heart of the regional Iranian Shiite takeover attempt. And now all of that is gone. We have experienced a revolution, and the Sunnis have taken control. And many of them, as we've just heard, are Islamists. And of course, Shara himself, former Al-Qaeda member and Jabhat al-Nusra leader, now he says he's somebody else. But just like Iran in the past was the dominant power in Syria, the fear amongst many in Israel today is that Turkey may become the dominant external power in Syria today and tomorrow. Instead of the Shiite Iranian agenda, we could be facing the Sunni Islamist Turkey agenda in Syria. And so my question, Chai, for you is, what do you think Turkey actually wants in Syria? And to what extent should Israel be concerned about this agenda? And also, if you can address a related question, does Trump understand the danger? Because he seems to be pretty good friends with Erdogan, President Erdogan of Turkey.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for having me on this distinguished forum. And let me answer you in Trump's language. Please be reasonable. Okay? We all witnessed in the Oval Office that Donald Trump is focusing on his immediate interests. When we compare the relationship between the Turkish president Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Donald Trump's previous term, we can basically understand that there is a huge difference. In his previous term, President Erdogan did not hold a card called Syria. In his previous term, President Trump imposed 5 different sanction regimes against Turkey, and he punished Turkey severely. Their relationship was very awful. But now, after we have seen the Syrian revolution, everything has changed, and Erdogan is very much aware of the value of the card that he is holding. And he is telling the President of the United States, if you would like to penetrate into Syria, if you would like to make money from this reconstruction of Syria, so why shouldn't we collaborate together? Okay, when we are looking at history, after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the Syrian territory, we all know that, was ruled by the French Mandate. After the French Mandate, it was the Syrian Republic, which was the satellite state of the Soviet Union, and then Russia and Iran. So, in other words, Erdogan is trying to turn Syria into its factory settings. From his point of view, the domination of Sunni Islam, which was brought to the region by the Ottoman Turks, thanks to the war of 1516, war in Mercidabık, by Selim I, Selim the Ferocious, against the Mamluks. So he wants to revive the Ottoman influence. And since he sees himself as the grandchild of the sultans, and you already mentioned the caliphate, I would like to remind you that the Turks got the caliphate from the Arabs with the War of Ridania in 1517, when they conquered Cairo. So from the Turkish perspective, they are the true owners of the land, and this is the main distinction point between the Russians and the Turks. Mm-hmm. While the Russians regarded Syria as a satellite state with no emotions towards it, the Turks are looking at Syria as their own territory. I would like to quote Mr. Erdogan. He said, if the First World War ended in a different direction, then all of the provinces like Idlib, Aleppo, Damascus, they would be all regarded as Turkish provinces. And just after, he already said that this province thing, right? So I'm also looking at the Turkish actions and Turkish ministers' statements. The Turkish transportation minister, for instance, Abdülkadir Uraloğlu, he made a very important statement. He said that we will going to pave the ways, the highways of new Syria. We will pave the new Hijaz Railroad. For those who are not familiar, Hijaz Railroad originated from Istanbul to Damascus to Mecca and Medina, right? And he's talking about, providing radars, technological equipment to the airports, providing infrastructure for the mobile telephone technology, etc. They are talking as if Syria is an extension of the new Turkey. I mean, this new Turkish so-called neo-Ottoman undeclared empire.
Yep.
Okay? So long story short, Erdogan's big game is to revive this Ottoman influence in Syria, but he is not only using his soft power, he is also intending to inaugurate their new army bases. That's why Israeli air forces had no choice but to conduct airstrikes against those potential sites of these bases in T4, Hama, and Palmyra. So we'll see. So because of the time constraints, I would like to respect also other speakers.
No problem. Just in a sentence, do you think that if Turkey gets its way, we will be facing a new threat that's similar, at least in scope, to the threat we faced from the Shiite axis in Syria? Will we face the same kind of threat, but from the Sunni side going forward?
I think Turkey is much more complicated than Iran. It's a more complicated actor. Turkey today is enjoying an kind of a legitimacy armor that Iran never enjoyed. Turkey is a so-called member of NATO, an ally of the United States. So from the Israeli perspective, we cannot use these cards against Turkey because they are neutralizing everything. Okay, and there is a lack of hostilities as well. So the thing is, unfortunately, last October, in the Turkish parliament, there was a closed session that the protocols of this closed session will be made public only after 10 years. But the subject of the closed session was Israel as a national security threat against Turkey. Later in January, they published a very important document. Again, it was leaked to the press intentionally. Again, Israel was tagged as the most important national security threat for Turkey. And third, and not the least, after the airstrikes that I already mentioned in T4 Palmyra and Hama, once again, there was another statement from the Turkish foreign ministry that tagged Israel not only against Turkey, but for the entire region, for the stability of the entire region, and as a national security threat for all of its neighbors. Okay? We all know that also Israel had no choice but to send a very clear message to Turkey with the publication of the Nagel report. Yep. That again treated Turkey as a potential enemy state. Okay, that was a very clear message that Israel is very much aware of what is going on in Turkey, and this is very complicated and this is very problematic. And if you allow me later, again, sure. I don't want to steal the time of other speakers, but I would like to speak about Turkey's intention in the not only in Syria but also in Jordan, Egypt, on the surroundings of Israel.
Okay, thank you very much, Chaim. And I'll just add quick context for the audience that according to multiple reports, the message that Israel has sent to both the al-Shara regime and to Turkey.
Israel.
Okay. And I'll just add quick context. The message that Israel has sent to both is, first of all, south of Damascus, or you will run into Israeli firepower. And the message to Turkey is very clear: do not set up air bases, do not put your missiles, your surface-to-air missiles, your radars in these old Assad regime and Iranian bases, or you will face Israeli firepower.
Yaakov, if I may, I would like to add another sentence. Sure. Nowadays, there are ongoing negotiations between Israel and Turkey in Azerbaijan. You all know that Azerbaijan is a very important ally of the state of Israel. At the same time, it is a sister state of Turkey. And they are doing their best to mend the fences between Ankara and Jerusalem. But still, unfortunately, we could not get there. Long story short, you asked whether if Turkey may replace Iran. If 10 years ago, I would tell you, no, it won't. No, what a ridiculous thing. No. But today, unfortunately, I cannot tell that it is very logical.
Right, we can't rule that out.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, Boaz. Look, al-Shara seems to have gone through the fastest normalization process I've ever seen a former Islamist go through. I'm saying former in quotation marks because we don't know, and I'm hoping you're going to help clear this up for us. But so he's hanging out with Trump. He's being welcomed in Paris, like a veteran statesman. This is, again, let's stress, this is somebody who was an Al-Qaeda commander in Syria just a few years ago, being welcomed in Paris, being welcomed to Saudi Arabia, meeting with the US president, in many, many ways, surreal, absolutely surreal scenes. And Israel continues to see him as a threat, unlike the West. So I want to ask you, how do you assess the Israeli position towards al-Shara and his regime in Damascus? Let's start with that as a foundation, and we'll move from there.
So first of all, is being whitewashed completely, like you said. I think the main reason is that there's no one else to talk to. Like Dina and Chai said, Turkey comes in, it's a major threat, but at least now we don't have Iran. That's one. Second of all, he's a terrorist. I don't buy his talking about women's rights, about election, about constitution. He's a terrorist in my eyes still. But he's probably one of the most moderate one today in Syria. So even if he's a terrorist, Dina will mention it later on, a lot of his supporters are still after Al-Qaeda and ISIS goals like caliphate. And he's the best option we have right now. So even if you don't like it, that's shaking hands with the devil that we have to.
Do you think he still wants to set up a fundamentalist Sunni Sharia state, some version of a caliphate in Syria, or do you think that he's abandoning that vision?
I don't know what his long-term intentions are, but I don't know if he'll have a lot of other options because of his supporters. Like I told Dina and I think some other people, I wouldn't be surprised if he will continue in this direction of so-called democratic or towards Western countries, that he would not survive the next few years because someone else would just take him out.
Mm-hmm. So even if he does start to moderate, so you would say that would actually put him in danger from the forces that he apparently commands. They could rebel against him. By the way, that ties in directly to Marco Rubio's warning that whatever happens, the fundamentalists are not going to disappear from Syria.
That already happens.
Right. Okay, well, we're going to come back to that. And Dina, my next question is for you. By the way, Dina, if you want any of your slides to show during any of your answers, just let the production know because they have them on standby.
The moment you ask about Russia,
okay,
we will need all of them.
And that moment has arrived.
All right, so let's go.
Okay, so look, here's my question, and I still haven't really found a clear answer for this, so I'm hoping you can help. How is it that Russia, the bomber of Idlib, and the enemy of Hayat al-Tahrir, which Shara was heading for years, still has an air base in Khemimim on the Syrian coastline, a naval base in Tartus, with the permission of al-Shara, who he was bombing for years and trying to kill. The Russians were in Putin. So what does Russia think that it can still achieve in this new Sunni Syria? And what are the implications for Israel from this new Russian-Syrian relationship that you can point to at this early stage?
Okay, thank you for this question. The thing is that I was really amused when on December 8th, everyone was so sure that Russia is going to get out of Syria the moment Assad falls because his regime is the only reason Russia is in Syria. So that is a huge misconception. The thing is that Russia has four narratives that it pushes very virally through social media for ages, even before social media existed, okay? So they were pushing these four narratives regarding its connection to Syria. And here, I will be fighting you over this because you said that Russia has nothing to do with Syria, but it has a lot to do with it. The thing is, of course, not like Ottoman Empire. The thing is that we do have an understanding that Putin is saying that Syria is Russians' so-called southern border because it is only 800 kilometers from Russia. And in Russian terms, you should understand that we are speaking home. okay, near the Kremlin. So the treatment of the Kremlin regarding Syria, it has 4 reasons to be there, 4 reasons to be in Syria. First of all, in 2015, after the civil war in Syria was getting worse for Assad regime, they were basically invited by the Assad regime to Syria to save Assad. Now, they have a very, Russia, and before that's the Soviet Union, and before that, the Russian Empire, they have historic connections with Syria. These historic connections are not only geopolitical or economical, they are basically ideologically religious connections. In the same way that the Ottoman Empire had a religious connection, but of course a territorial one, with the Muslims in Syria, in the same way Russians were the patrons of the orthodoxy in all of the area, all of the region of the Middle East, when Syria is basically a baseline, especially the coastline that we know as Tartus and Latakia and the Khmeimim base, which is in between. So this coastline where the Alawites are living is not only for Alawites. There were a lot of Christians there, and there are a lot of holy places there. And in the same way as Russia is holding on to the traditions that it has in Jerusalem, and in Jaffa, and in Nazareth, and Bethlehem, etc., the same way it holds on to these holy places, it holds to the holy places in Syria, and it also still regards itself, even after the 71 years of communism and atheism, still regards itself as a patron of the holy places of the Christians in Syria, in greater Syria. So this is one reason, but this is the second reason after they were invited by Assad, okay? So this is the second reason for the Russian presence in Syria. The third one is, actually I wrote it here, I quoted the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lavrov, when in 2016 he said that the West sets chaos and Russia saves lives. This is why Russia is basically in the Middle East, in Syria. And here you can see a cartoon that it depicted, it's just pictures at all. You can see the Russian bear who brings justice to the area, while who are these 3 that are hiding behind the rock? We have ISIS, we have basically Julani with his Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is the new Jabhat al-Nusra or Al-Qaeda in Syria. So, and in between, who is this there? The CIA, thank you. Why the CIA? What is the CIA doing there? So basically the fact is that the Russians remember very well the Afghan war when the CIA created who? Al-Qaeda. Okay, Al-Qaeda. So when they were given a lot of money to the Taliban, and then basically after that Abdullah Azzam, I'm sorry if you don't know him, but it's okay, because it's part of the region's history, of course, he was actually creating Al-Qaeda on CIA's money. At least this is the Russian narrative. And this is why the Russians are here. This is why they're in Syria, and this is why they're not going to give up so quickly. And I would like to show you the next slide where we can see that very, very quickly, on December 12th, 4 days after they rescued Assad, we can see that Putin and Ashara are having negotiations through Erdogan, because of course Erdogan is the link that connects between the two, and of course Erdogan is the one who is standing behind this specific change in Syria. Everyone knows that, and Russians are using this, and the fact that they didn't regime in Syria for a decade longer is only due to the fact that they were already saving his regime for a decade, and they were fed up with this. Also, they don't have enough resources to throw also on the war in Ukraine and on the war in Syria for such a long period of time. So it was a pragmatic step for them to stop supporting Assad and now start supporting whatever regime that will come. They didn't care if it was Julani, they wouldn't care if it would be ISIS. Okay, for a fact, and this is the answer to your question, Yaakov, when you were asking about how come Russians that were basically fighting Julani, and they were the ones who were not just fighting him, but the recruits that Julani has from the post-Soviet region who are writing and speaking Russian, and they are ISIS related, and after that, of course, Al-Qaeda related, and they are perceived as a great threat inside of the Russian Federation. How come Putin is still coming and giving his hand to not only Erdogan, but also to Julani? The reason is pragmatic, because the Russians, they do not want to move from Syria. Now, they had to move some of their aircrafts. They needed to move some of their naval, they had to, or at least forces, to Libya, because this is the next base for the Russian presence in the Middle East and North Africa, in the MENA region. But they still have a lot that they have left in Syria, and they are not intending to go anywhere. And I have, of course, you know, I'm not just saying this, I have an evidence for that, and this is on our third slide. Thank you so much. Here we can see that Giuliani is meeting with Putin's right hand, basically, in Syria, in Damascus, who came to greet him, and he was one of the first diplomatic persons that came to greet Giuliani when he became president. So we can see that this connection is not only mutual, it is also a strategic connection. It is not an ideological connection. All of the narratives that I've mentioned before, they were narratives to the Russian Empire, through the Soviet Union that had a huge military presence here in the Middle East. Most of the wars that were waged against Israel in the, you know, in this region, either on the Syrian side or on the Egyptian side, from the Egyptian side, they were orchestrated by the Soviet Union. Okay, so now we can see that this specific link, it has three heads. The historic one, which is the Russian Empire, the second one, which is the Soviet Union, and this new one, which is Putin, who is using Syria as his main military base in the Middle East, and he will not cease to do so.
Dina, that's a fantastic explanation of what Russia is still doing there. The only thing I'd be interested in knowing is, why is al-Shara going along with this?
Why is al-Shara going?
Along with this.
Going along with
why
this.
is he cooperating?
From the same reason he is cooperating right now with President Trump, for the same reason he is cooperating with any country that will go forward and give him any reason to, you know, to go and become a legitimate leader, because he has only one goal for now. He needs to be pragmatic to, I said it at first, to make Syria great again, because he has only one chance to do so. Now, he decided he would do so through economical ties and political ties. So now he will even go for a normalization with Israel. This is even beyond everything that we thought about, because to give your hand to Putin is one thing, but to give your hand to Israel is a whole other kind of, let's say, traitorry in the eyes of his followers. So we should understand that this specific person right now is going pragmatic, not because he's not an ideological Islamist, he is, but he wants to make Syria stronger before he goes for the next step, which is, of course, the caliphate. Because I would like just to emphasize in this last phrase the fact that if ISIS were in a hurry to create a caliphate in Damascus, okay, and basically we're not talking about Damascus. Damascus is a symbol, right? In Syria and Iraq, because the Umayyad and the Abbasid caliphates were in this region specifically. They needed this specific symbol. But the thing is that what Giuliani did was smarter. He was not in a hurry. He decided to, at first, win the hearts of the world, and after that, to make this territory, you know, a real Islamic territory under the laws of the Sharia. He's not saying he won't do that. He is only playing a two-faced game. This is double talk. And this has a lot to do with a lot of the traditions that we see within Islamist leaders. And I don't have to go, you know, to a very far-away history. We have the example of the Taliban in Afghanistan. On August 2021, after the US withdrawn its troops from Herat, and after that from, of course, Kandahar, etc., they are basically entering all these cities and reestablishing a new Islamic state. And at first they say, the new Taliban is not the old Taliban. It's okay. We will not be repressing women's rights. What is happening now? Are there any schools for girls today in Afghanistan? This is a new thing, right? No, it's just more of the same. But they did what they needed to do in order to be, you know, withdrawn from the blacklists of terrorist organizations in the West, and they almost managed to do so. By the way, Russians are now, they have decided in the last month to take out the Taliban from their blacklist of terrorists. Russians that were fighting the Taliban all their lives. So this is a good example to what is awaited in Syria, unless what we started this panel from at first happens.
Right.
And Giuliani's army is going to be dissolved, and his regime as well.
Right. So that does sound like, actually, in many ways, the classic staged Islamist playbook. Now, does sound like actually Islamist playbook. Now, in relation to you briefly, you know, when al-Shara took power, the first two countries that seem to be most eager to help him out is, of course, Turkey. We talked about that, and also Qatar, which, by coincidence or not, are the main state supporters current of Hamas as well in the Sunni Arab world. I'm not talking about Iran right now, which is, of course, also a supporter of Hamas. But my question is, what extent do you think Qatar is going to or wants to play in this vision of an Islamist Syria? And is it dividing roles up with Turkey? Is Turkey going to supply the weapons to this new al-Shara army and the infrastructure, and Qatar will do what? Provide the funding? How do you see Qatar fitting in here?
Okay. First of all, I would like to underline and highlight that these two states, which are fully with this mindset of the Muslim Brotherhood ideology, Qatar and Turkey, they cooperate together. Both of the countries have very deep relationship. Qatar is pouring hot money into the fragile Turkish economy, and Turkey already inaugurated two very large military bases in Qatar. According to the Turkish press, when there was this brinkmanship between Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the existence of the Turkish elite forces guarding the Emir of Qatar in his palace prevented the fall of the Qatari administration in the hands of Saudi Arabia. Therefore, we can say that these two countries, they do really cooperate. Again, when we hear in the news that there is a negotiations, for instance, between Israel and Hamas in Doha, and the Qataris are very much, of course, involved, but you should also take into account that Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hakan Fidan, and also the head of the intelligence, Ibrahim Kalın, they pay very frequent visits to Qatar, and also the Hamas delegations are the frequent guests of the Erdogan's palace and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ankara. So these two countries are collaborating together. If Qatar is the wallet, Turkey is the muscle, okay? And we should really internalize this fact. I assume that you all going to the bookstore. In a bookstore, you always see 1 + 1. Whoever buys Turkey gets Qatar for free, and whoever gets Qatar gets Turkey for free. Okay, so yes, the brands are different, the flags are different, the costumes are different, but please be, let us again, in Trump's language, be reasonable. They are serving the same interests. They are focusing on the same goal. So when we are looking at Syria, these two countries, Turkey and Qatar, they are the first states that they inaugurated their embassies there. The first ever foreign official visited Ashara or El Julani in Damascus was the head of the Turkish intelligence. A week after that, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, I assume he brought a suit and a tie to El Julani and turned El Julani into Ahmed al-Shara and turned him into a statesman, because the Turks, they can be very Middle Eastern, but at the same time they can be very European, and they know what the Europeans want to see, and they know what the Europeans would like to hear. And this is the Turkish-Qatari strategy. They are doing it together. Of course, Qataris are very much aware of the Arab culture. That's why El Julani's first visit was not in Ankara, but in Riyadh. Let me tell you, that was a tactical decision. In reality, the top priority of today's Syria is Turkey, because Turkey is pouring lots of resources into Syria. Maybe you are not aware, but since 2016, Turkey is occupying Syria. The cantons of Jarablus, Tel El Abyad, Afrin, Ras El Ain, they are all occupied by Turkey. And after the fall of Assad, the Turkish armed forces is not withdrawing there. Okay, so it is also giving us an impression that wherever the Turkish army is, penetrating, they do not know, in our cars there's a reverse gear. They do not have a reverse gear. In Iraq, since 2019, they penetrated into Iraq. They formed temporary military bases, okay, and they are still temporary. They are still there. They are in Syria. They are in northern Cyprus. They are in western Syria. They are in Somalia. And maybe I'm not aware, but if you ever witness that the Turkish armed forces are withdrawing from a territory that they unilaterally occupied, please just tell me and I would love to be enlightened. Okay? Yeah. Long story short, these two countries are collaborating together, and I think they are doing a great job. Okay? I mean, we have to be very honest. They are doing a great job. They are harmonious, and they are not surprising each other. And the West is only fantasizing about silence. The West is fantasizing about stability. The West is fantasizing about getting rid of Syrian refugees. Let me tell you, if I was a Syrian refugee in Berlin, I would never go back to Damascus. Apologies, maybe Damascus is super beautiful, exotic, but Berlin is more beautiful and more stable.
Yeah.
Right? Let me conclude. Who is going to reconstruct Syria? The Turkish firms, the Turkish subcontractors who are Erdogan's most important allies. Okay, there are 5 Turkish subcontractors that they are the most important supporters of Erdogan in terms of money. And now Erdogan is saying, we don't want any sanctions. Trump is saying, okay, let's rebuild Syria. Who is going to rebuild Syria? The Turkish subcontractors. And there will be lots of hot money would be poured in the Turkish economy. Okay, so it will be a win-win situation. Right. Americans will penetrate, Turks will get richer. Qataris are also expanding their influence. Life is beautiful.
Fascinating.
May I just add to this one? Just one.
We have about 30 seconds because we're going to go right now into Israeli policy.
Yeah, so just one thing that we should add to this. Not only Turkey and Qatar are investing right now in Syria, but also the enemies of the Muslim Brotherhood, which are the Saudi Arabians, and of course the UAE. Right. So at least we have this as a bit of a hope.
Right. Okay, that is an interesting development, which unfortunately we don't have time to get into. How the Saudis will try to influence Syria in their way. Now we have to talk about what Israel has been doing in Syria, and Boaz. And I'm going to turn to you. We know that the IDF has set up 9 positions on the Syrian side of the Golan Heights. We know that there are regular airstrikes on any capabilities, leftovers from the Assad regime that Israel fears could fall into the wrong hands. Sunni jihadist groups, etc. We know that there have been steady reports of ground activity, and most interestingly in Syria, we see an attempt to build a new alliance with the Druze Syrian community of southern Syria. And Israel has pledged protection to them. Israel has pledged economic opportunities to them. And this looks to be part of an effort to help repel unwanted forces from entering southern Syria. But things are not so simple, right, Boaz? Because even though there are some Druze communities close to the Israeli border, most of them are not that close. And if you want to ask for your slide, this might be the right time. But can you talk us through this Israeli strategy? Is Israel doing the right thing? And can this really help stop the approach of jihadist militias if they wanted to approach the Israeli Golan? Is this going to be what stops them? What do you think, Boaz?
Okay, so first about the Druze communities, that's a demographic map showing 2 main concentrations or 2 main areas of Druze in southern Syria. On the right, you can see Sueda district. It's about 95% Druze. Top left is Khader area and the Hermon region. And these are two, I would say, a bit different groups in, first of all, alliances and connection to Israel. The Jews near Khader and the Hermon, for especially Khader, for a long period of the war, sided with the Assad regime and Hezbollah and Iran for different reasons. And the Jews in Sueda did not do so, for the most part. They were more busy protecting their communities for whoever came. That means that during the war, they could have fought the Assad regime on one day, and a week later, they would have fought ISIS along the Assad regime, depending on who they need to cooperate with. And these communities there has much stronger ties and connections with Israel, Israeli Jews, both in the Golan Heights and the Galilee. And I think a lot of the pressure and a lot of the interest we are now seeing in Israel to protect the Jews comes from the Jews community, the fact that we have this big Jews community in Israel, 150,000 or so. And as you can see, it's not that close to Israel. Sueda is about 50 to 70 kilometers away from the border. So if you're asking if they can be some sort of a proxy or a militia, I'm not sure that's the right answer. Both because of distance, but the other reason is I'm not sure that's right for Israel. It's one thing to put limitations or demands to the new regime, telling him you cannot have forces south of Damascus or you cannot harm the Jews. That's one thing you can debate whether it's acceptable or not. It's another thing to side with one party within Syria, country that might fall into a civil war very shortly. And even if not, I'm not sure there's any threat right now to Jews. The past two major events, one in Germany and one in Sueda, talked about hundreds of Jews that were killed and slaughtered, and it turned out to be fake. Same thing happened during the civil war in Khader, and it was part of an attempt to draw Israel in. Now let's say we do save the Jews from this threat. How is it going to develop? Let's say we do save them. Would anyone cooperate with them? Will anyone be able to talk with them inside Syria? Would it be looked at as traitors, collaborators? That's one. And if we won't be able to save them, what does it say about Israel? So I would generally say that unless there's a real imminent threat to Jewish communities in Syria, I don't think it's the best idea for Israel to intervene. You can support in many different ways which do not include bombing Damascus or other parts of Syria for this target. We can do it with humanitarian aid like we're already doing. There's a clinic in Khader, and there's a lot of other efforts that Israel is conducting to support the Jews. And I also think we should be very careful from turning the Jews, both in Israel and in Syria, to some sort of a pawn of politics and interest, both in Israel and in Syria.
So that's a very interesting answer, Buzz. Thank you for that. And let me push you on that for a second, because we see, we just heard about how Turkey is setting up not only zones of influence, but actual Turkish occupation throughout northern Syria. And we know that in this region, in the Middle East, the way powers treat their allies is very important for their strategic posture. So do you not think that there is an opportunity here to build an Israeli zone of influence that would be a win-win for the security and welfare of the southern Syrian Druze and Israel's national security interest? Is there not an alignment here that's quite unique that we should take advantage of?
I think there's an alignment, but it depends on how you do it. Direct military support or assistance, I'm not sure that's the right way. I'm not even sure it's possible because it's so far away. We've seen the IDF doing, I think, maybe one landing operation with helicopters, and the rest of that is done with foreign aid agencies. Can we use them as some sort of leverage influence? Yes, again, it depends on how you do it and how much you want to poke the other side's eye.
Gotcha. Okay, so that is a cautious approach, and I was going to ask you, if you were in the Israeli cabinet, what would you say? And you've already answered that you see an opportunity, but you're also cautious about the long-term ramifications of what could actually go wrong here. I think you're putting some important warning signs here. Now, we've got 5 minutes, and I think we've covered most, if not all, of our main talking points. So we do have time for just a couple of audience questions, if anybody wants to use these upcoming 5 minutes to do so, or we can do more questions. Does anybody have a question? Yeah, please.
Yaakov, can we get rid of this? Because
Yep.
the light is very disturbing.
Yeah.
If we can just
Okay.
We can turn the light back on, I think, or whatever, you know. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Hi. I have a question. You talked to. Is that good?
Oh, and please say who you're addressing the question to.
Well, actually, the panel. You talked a lot about the Druze and the Christians and the Alawites in Syria and Lebanon. What we didn't hear about are the Kurds. The Turkish attacking the Kurds in northeastern Syria and in Iraq. How does that fit into this picture, and what's the Israeli relationship with the Kurds?
Okay, if you don't mind, I will start, and
Go ahead.
you can go on. So the Kurds have been, they signed a treaty with Giuliani at some point because they understood they don't have a chance against Turkey, so they needed to be incorporated into the militias or into the army, the new army of Ashara. This is why the Kurds that are on the border with, of course, Iraq, they have signed a treaty, and they are basically turning towards be a part of a new alliance with Israel. But the thing is that they understand that they are too far away. The Americans are withdrawing their forces from Syria, so they do not have a partner there. So they needed to survive. They are being pragmatic. So this is my question to you. My answer, I'm sorry, to you.
Okay. I would just add the future al-Shara, the Alawites and the Druze is where this regime is going. Duty of being very vocal about this and making sure that the world sees what's going on with Syria's minorities, who, in my view, they are facing a threat from Islamist and jihadist forces. Whether they're coordinated with al-Shara or not is a different question. So, yeah. Oh, we've got a lot of questions. Okay. Should we get, I'm not controlling where the mic goes, sorry.
That's a question to our Turkish friend. Do you
Not
think...
anymore, but fine. I was born and raised there, but not Turkish
You
anymore.
talked a lot about geopolitics, Sunni, Shiites. Do you think they all are interested, are looking at the dollars? Do you think the dollars, money, will solve the problem and will make the area more relaxed?
Okay, thank you. I think in the short run, yes. In the short run, yes, because I'm looking from the Turkish angle. Turkey poured lots of money, lots of resources into this Syrian war, and now, from their perspective, it is the time that they want to get it back. Okay, they made a huge investment. If it's possible, send back the refugees back to Syria. Will also, of course, improve Erdogan's approval rates at home. Okay, but it's not only that. Turkey is a country which is doing a very long-run strategy. Okay. And in this regard, I think this is not only about the money, but they think even bigger. For instance, now I'm going to speak about what I wanted to tell you before. Last March, the Turkish foreign minister was hosted in Amman, in Jordan, together with the foreign ministers of Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. These five neighbors of Syria. They initiated a new initiative, a new sort of a nucleus of a new military alliance called the Neighbors of Syria. Apparently, they are saying that it is against the ISIS. In my opinion, ISIS is the fig leaf. This is a new military formation. Again, in my opinion, it is designed to deter the state of Israel in the future. And last Eid al-Fitr, Erdogan also called his Egyptian counterpart Sisi and asked him to make all necessary, updates, to update each other and to behave and to shape their policies together. So when I'm looking at the map, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq is far away, but they had to be politically correct, right? Neighbors of Syria. Jordan, Egypt, it means that Israel is besieged in the very near future. And if we also think about the very powerful Turkish navy, this crescent can be closed where? From Libya to Turkey. We all know that there was a maritime delimitation agreement between the government of national accord of Libya and Turkey. The Turkish navy is present there. They are violating the Greek exclusive economic zone. They are not respecting the exclusive economic zone of Republic of Cyprus as well. So, in my opinion, in the very short run, yes, they are focusing on money, and for money you need stability and legitimacy. Once they are doing this legitimacy, they are doing this, ring of fire. We always talked about here in Israel about Iran's ring of fire, and Iran did that with illegitimate proxies. Turkey is doing that with super legitimate nation states. This is the Turkish way of doing it, with suits, with ties, and a member of NATO, an ally of the United States. He's a great guy, right? That's what Donald Trump says. He's a great guy.
And we have one last question and a very brief answer, and then we'll be out of time. So, yeah.
I was wondering if you could speak more about Saudi Arabia's interest in Jolani, particularly with the not-so-friendly ties between Turkey, Qatar, Muslim Brotherhood supporting nations, and Saudi Arabia. Do you think that this is a play for influence, or it's showing to greater cooperation growing between Saudi Arabia and Turkey, or if it's a play? And where do you see this potentially going? Good impacts and bad.
Yeah, right. So we call this meeting today, this conference, from a Shiite axis to a Sunni axis. But the actual fine-tuning would be to two Sunni axes. And this is exactly what you're asking, basically. You're saying, what about Saudi Arabia in front when it's confronting the Muslim Brotherhood? So we are talking about two different influences, two different vectors. The first one is Muslim Brotherhood affiliated, which is, of course, Turkey and Qatar. And it's all a part of a greater plan, as Chai already explained. The second one is Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and perhaps more moderate Sunni states that are fighting the Muslim Brotherhood within their states and also from the outside. So this is the greater influence that we are talking about. We are talking about not just economical and political influence, we're talking about an ideological influence as well.
And I think we know who Israel wants to win in this internal Sunni conflict.
Well, yes.
Thank you very much to our panelists for your fantastic answers and for the questions. And it's lunchtime. Nope, sorry, not lunchtime. I thought it. Okay. Could be.
It's not lunchtime just yet. תודה רבה ללפין, לחברי הפאנל.
Thank you very much, Lappin and panelists. I would now like to introduce founder and president of the Alma Center, Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zehavi. I got the worst slots sitting, speaking right before lunch. I hope breakfast was filling enough to keep you going for just another 10 minutes. I didn't say what I was going to talk about, but I do want to talk about what I do, because often in family get-togethers, when I meet people who don't know me and they ask, what do you do? And it's a good question. What do I do? What's my job? So I try to give it a name, because it's not quite hasbara, public relations, because that's sometimes considered propaganda, and that's not a word that I want to use. And that's also not exactly what I want to do, because it could be talking about the nightlife in Tel Aviv or Israel being a startup nation. It's kind of apologetic. If I have to explain something, it's almost as if I'm apologizing for it. And in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there's public diplomacy. And that's also not what I do because I'm not especially diplomatic. And also, public diplomacy talks a lot about social media. This is the first thing that popped up on Instagram last night. So no, we are involved in social media, but we do it from a different perspective. We don't speak that language. We don't speak the social media language. So it's not quite that either. I don't know how to explain 3,000 years of history in a 15-second video. It's impossible. Alma Center is based on research, but it's not just research. It's not a think tank. We call ourselves a research and education center. We do educational activity, very extensive educational activity, as David spoke about. But education can sometimes sounds a little bit patronizing, but I think it's a very accurate term to describe what we actually do. So what do? I do what I know how to do best. What I did most of my professional life, I do intelligence. But unlike intelligence officers, we also talk. We talk a lot about intelligence. And that's how I got to how I chose the name of our next panel, the panel after lunch, which is what I called intelligence-based diplomacy. Israel is fighting in Gaza, Judea and Samaria, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and Iran. That's 7 fronts, but there's another front, the information war that we're fighting, which is no less important. We produce information and knowledge in many different ways through research, and we're constantly talking about it, whenever possible, face to face. As one of my greatest fears is that AI will bring George Orwell's 1984 back to life, but in its 2084 form, in which will erase 3,000 years of Jewish history in the land of Israel. I feel that my job is to make sure that international policymakers have enough information about the present. I live in northern Israel, and I've spent most of my career in the northern front during 2 wars, once as an IDF officer and once as a local resident. I think it's only natural that I would establish a center that provides intelligence about northern Israel to the international community. Intelligence-based diplomacy. So why diplomacy? Because I truly believe that this certainly can be achieved through transparency, reliability, and lots of visuals. It means making cautious assessments, but with lots of detail. Lots of detail, like Intel's slide. It's very important. We look beyond the border. These are photos that we took of the border area, working bottom up and not top down. Our research method focuses on what the situation in the field looks like, how it corresponds with what the leaders are saying. In military language, we look at the connection between the tactic, the operational, and the strategic. Our sources are all OSINT, open sources. Most of the material is in Arabic, some in English, some Farsi, some Hebrew, mostly Arabic. Social media, the press, and lots of cross-referencing with what we see in the field. What does Hezbollah's village look like? Looking at an operative who is assassinated in uniform, what does he look like? This is a missile site in Iran. What does it look like before it's destroyed? What does it look like? What does it actually look like in the field? And what is the other side saying to the other side? Not necessarily what the other side is saying to the international community or to us. And of course, during the war, we created a database of statistics that present a reliable picture of what's actually going on. How many Hezbollah attacks were there? What weapons were used? That's the complicated graph on the right. Were there casualties? Which towns were evacuated? Here's an example of weapons, thanks to Hezbollah, by the way. Maps of the evacuated towns, attacks in Lebanon. All of this information can give us information on who the terrorists are, where they're located, what threats they pose, and who should be taking action against them but are not. These are our work tools. And why do I use the word diplomacy, because as I said, part of our goal is to educate. We want to present information that will be presented to decision makers and to policy makers. Sometimes people say, I have a stupid question, but there's no such thing as a stupid question, and no one's at fault for not having the information. My job is to answer every question based on the information I have, realizing the limitations, because we have access only to open source information. Some do, but they cannot, but the people who have access to intelligence cannot do diplomacy. Intelligence-based diplomacy, and as is our mission statement, is to give Israel legitimacy. And I want to explain what that means. My experience from the war in 2006, as I said, I was an officer in the IDF, is that no one actually understands us. President Bush called Prime Minister Olmert and said, it's over. There's a UN decision, remember, 1701, and the war. Now, it was clear to everyone that the UN decision would not change the reality. It did change the reality in the end, but for the worse. The destruction of Lebanon in the past year is the result of how the war ended in 2006. For 18 years, I fought to give Israel legitimacy for military action in Lebanon that I knew one day would come, to give Israel legitimacy to reach an agreement that would be better than the previous one, 1701. I didn't realize how bad it would be. Anyone who visited the towns that were abandoned for a year and a half, seeing the Sukkot standing from the previous holiday, and this photo was taken just 3 months ago, seeing fruit bearing trees that were never picked, bikes burnt by Hezbollah missiles, Metula, where there's not a single street without a house that went up in flames. We saw with our own eyes how terrible this war is. Now it looks like everything's over. We can close the Alma Center, retire. Israel has changed the face of the Middle East, but the previous two panels proved how wrong that is. Our goal right now is more complex than it was before. Israeli policy is more proactive, with more presence on the other side as well, in Lebanon and in Syria. Why would anyone in the world think this is legitimate? And what's more, considering everything going on domestically inside Israel, is what the Israeli government doing right? Can I explain that it's the right thing to do? Is it policy in the north the best and most humane and safe thing to do for both sides? Is Israel taking advantages of opportunities for normalization or ignoring those opportunities? I don't agree with everything my government does, but it's not my job. I don't represent the government. My job is to provide information about the situation so that those who listen to me will at least understand the full range of considerations, especially the security considerations made by my government. Maybe the decision makers from foreign countries, and we have several representatives here, they might have adopted different policies. But after a briefing from the Alma Center, they at least understand what lies behind the decisions made by the government, which often has to choose between one bad alternative and a worse one. At the end of the day, I think that if we try to connect everything that's called intelligence-based diplomacy to our mission statement, then my mission is to prevent a situation in which criticism of the state of Israel results in the denial of its right to exist. There are many ways to do this. The next panel will feature two of my mentors. Nathan is one of them, but in the next panel you'll hear from two other mentors. One is Mary Eytan and the other is Avital. Avital was the first person to give me the idea to brief groups who visit the border, even out of uniform. Mary taught me to constantly learn and to stay up to date and not be afraid of the world of generals. Mary and Avital will talk about how intelligence-based diplomacy can help prevent the next massacre. I'm personally curious to hear the answer. During the lunch break, I want to invite you to get a taste of our incredible Cohen's incredible project, which visualizes the threat. You saw a bit of this beforehand, and outside, Colin will explain how he does this. how he drives the Iranians crazy, drives this Hezbollah crazy. They think we're a huge organization with eyes on the ground in these places, but he gets all of this information from open sources, from Oust. When I saw this slide, I couldn't believe the scale of the content. Dozens of videos, information from websites, videos from Lebanon, from Syria, two from Yemen, and all of the details about how this is done. Talk to Colin. He's waiting for you outside. Here's one of his videos. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Dancer, it's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Keep your hands and voices free, your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Oh, you can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. It's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Keep your hands and voices free, your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Oh, you can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. It's a soul companion. You can feel it everywhere. Keep your hands and voices free, your mind and join us. You can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Oh, you can feel it in the air. Oh, it's a passion. Is a dancer. Bring it back, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Bring it back. Sing it back, bring it back. You are ready, I will surrender. Take me and do as you will. What you want your ways, always the best way, always the best way. I have succumbed to this passive sensation, peacefully falling away. The zombie, your wish will command me. Love as I fell to my knees. Come on. Bring it back, sing it back,
אחת, שתיים. אחת, שתיים.
Lost in the fire below, and you come running, your eyes will be open, your eyes will be open, and when you come back, I'll be as you want me, only so eager to please. My little song will keep you beside me, thinking your name as I sing. I sing it back, bring it back, I sing it back, I bring it back to me, I bring it back, sing it back, well don't you sing it back to me. You can help it if you feel have been tempted by fruit hanging ripe on the tree. And I feel useless, don't care what the truth is, you will be here come the day. True, do you hear me? Don't try to come near me, so tired I slip through the light. If you desire to lay here beside me, come to my sweet melody. Come on, sing it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Sing it back, baby, sing it back to me. Bring it back, sing it back to me. Sing it back, bring it back, sing it back, bring it back to me. Yeah, sing it back, bring it back now, sing it back, baby. Come on now, sing it back, bring it back, bring it, sing it, bring it back to me. Come on now, sing it back to me. Yeah, bring it back to me. Yeah, sing it back to me. Come on and bring it back to me. Yeah, now just sing it back to me. Bring it back now, sing it back to me. Sing it back to me. Come on now. It's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby, trust in me when I say, oh pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby, let me love you. You're just too good to be true, I can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch, oh I wanna hold you so much. At long last love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true, I can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, there are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, then let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true, I can't take my eyes off of you. it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off of you. La, 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 la. I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't bring me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, now that I found you, stay and let me love you, baby. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you. I step off the train, I'm walking down your street again and past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there, but now you've disappeared somewhere like outer space. You found some better place, and I miss you like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you like the deserts miss the rain. Could you be dead? You always were 2 steps ahead of everyone. Would walk behind while you would run. I look up at your house, and I can almost hear you shout down to me where I always used to be, and I miss you past your door, but you don't live there anymore. It's years since you've been there, but now you've disappeared somewhere, like outer space. You found some better place, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain, and I miss you. Like the deserts miss the rain. Lady, hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see you're my daylight? Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for
2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
Lady, hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see you're my delight? Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Yeah. Huh. In your eyes. Yeah. Lady, girl, can you hear me? Can you feel me by the moonlight? It's just so right. I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. As we dance, I feel love just for the first time. I know that. Can't you see, girl? Lady, ooh, can you hear me? Can you feel me by the moonlight? Out of my mind. I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. For the first time, I feel love just for the first time. I know that. I know. Lady, girl, can you hear me tonight? 'Cause my feeling is so right. Don't you? As we dance by the moonlight, you're my delight. You wanna do it? I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. For the first time, baby. Lady, oh, can you hear me tonight? 'Cause my feeling is so right. It's just so right. As we dance by the moonlight, you're my delight. I can tell by the look in your eyes. That she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. All that she wants Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby. When she woke up late in the morning light and the day has just begun, she opened up her eyes and thought, oh, what a morning. It's not a day for work, no, it's a day for counting time, just laying on the beach and having fun. She's gonna get you all that you want. Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby, all that she wants. Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby. So if you are inside and the day is right, she's a hunter, you're the fox. The gentle voice that talk to you won't talk forever. It's a night for passion, but the morning means goodbye. Beware of what is flashing in her eyes. She's gonna get you all that she wants. Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby, all that she wants. Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby. She leads a lonely life. 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 All that she wants is another baby. She's gone, yeah, she's gone, boy, yeah, she's gone. All that she wants is another baby. Another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby, all that she wants. Here's another baby, she's gone tomorrow, boy, all that she wants. Here's another baby. She leads a lonely life. 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 Oh!
just take time. And all through my coffee break time, I say a little prayer for you. Forever, answer my prayer, answer my prayer now, baby. Answer my prayer, answer my prayer now, baby. I'm in love with you, so please love me true.
I could stay awake just to hear you breathing, watch you smile while you were sleeping, while you're far away and dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender. I could stay lost in this moment forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment I treasure. Don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. Lying close to you, feeling your heart beating, and I'm wondering what you're dreaming, wondering if it's me you're seeing. Then I kiss your eyes, thank God we're together, yeah. I just wanna stay with you in this moment forever, forever and ever. I don't wanna close my eyes, don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna miss one smile, I don't wanna miss one kiss. I just wanna be with you, right here with you, and just like this. I just wanna hold you close, feel your heart so close to mine, and just stay here in this moment for all the rest of time. I don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream will never do. I'd still miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna close my eyes, I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause I'd miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you,
you're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You have me suicidal, suicidal. When you say it's over, damn all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do your dirt. Chicago when you took my heart. That's when we fell apart, 'cause we both thought that love lasts forever. They say we're too young to get ourselves sprung. Oh, we didn't care, we made it very clear. And they also said that we couldn't last together. See, it's very defined, girl, you're one of a kind, but you must share my mind. You want to get declined, oh Lord. My baby is driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do your dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. It was back in 99, watching movies all the time. Oh, when I went away for doing my first crime, and I never thought that we was gonna see each other. And then I came out, mommy moved me down south. Oh, I'm with my girl who I thought was my world. It came out to be that she wasn't the girl for me. See, it's very defined, girl, you're one of a kind, but you must shut my mind. You want to get declined, oh Lord. My baby is driving me crazy. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn, all these beautiful girls, they only wanna do your dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. Now we're fussing and now we're fighting. Please tell me why I'm feeling slighted, and I don't know how to make it better. You're dating other guys, you're telling me lies. Oh, I can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. I'm losing my mind, and I don't think it's clever. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why it'll never work. You'll have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over.
It's getting late. I'm making my way over to my favorite place. I gotta get my body moving, shake the stress away. I wasn't looking for nobody when you looked my way. Possible candidate. Who knew that you'd be up in here looking like you do? You're making staying over here impossible. Baby, I must say your aura is incredible. If you don't have to go, do you know what you started? I just came here to party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We hand in hand, chest to chest, and now we're face to face. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. Like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop the music. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse passion ready to explode. What goes on between us, no one has to know. This is a private show. Do you know what you started? I just can hear the party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We hand in hand, chest to chest, and now we're face to face. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. Like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop the music. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. Like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop the music. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. Like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop the music. I wanna take you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. Like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop the music. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing as we danced in the night. Remember how the stars stole the night away. Badia, say, do you remember? Badia, dancing in September. Badia, never was a cloudy day. My thoughts are with you, holding hands with your heart to see you. Only blue talking love. Remember how we knew love was here to stay. Now December found the love that we shared in September. Only blue talking love. Remember the true love we shared today. Hey, Badia, say, do you remember? Badia, dancing in September. Badia, never was a cloudy day. Badia, say, do you remember? Badia, dancing in September. Badia, golden rings were shining days. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away, away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing as we danced in the night. Remember how the stars stole the night away. Say, do you remember dancing in September? just seemed like heaven, so I did it. And do you remember back in the fall, we'll be together all day long? Do you remember us holding hands in each other's eyes we'd stare? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time when we first met? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time? Do you remember how we used to talk? You know, we'll stay on the phone at night till dawn. Do you remember all the things I said? Like I love you, so I'll never let you go. Do you remember back in the spring, every morning birds would sing? Do you remember those special times that just go on and on in the back of my mind? Do you remember the time when we first met? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time? Those sweet memories always be dear to me. And girl, no matter what was said, I will never forget what we had. Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Remember the time? Do you remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time? Remember my baby? Do you remember the time when we first met? Oh, remember the time when we fell in love? Do you remember the time? Remember? Oh, girl, you remember the time? Remember the time when we remember the time.
Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world turning inside out, yeah, and floating around in ecstasy. So don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a shooting star ripping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, 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 go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, 200 degrees. That's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me.
Before we continue, I just want to say that we got some feedback during the break that I didn't introduce myself and no one introduced me because I was the first one to speak. So I will say that I am Gali. I'm head of logistics at the Alma Center, at least for the next month before I move on to my next job. The war for information and knowledge was put to the test during this war. That's true for the South, but certainly for the North as well. As Sarit said, the challenge is possibly even greater in the current situation in which Israel maintains its presence in Lebanon and Syria. In order to continue discussing how the battle for knowledge and information and the battle for Israel's legitimacy to defend itself and contributes to its defense, I would like to introduce Talia to present the next session, which will be in English.
שלום לכולם. אז
Hello
אני
everyone.
אקח את זה עוד צעד אחד קדימה.
I'll take this one step forward. People often say that we don't always introduce ourselves fully. Her name, Gali, is actually Gali Oz, and my name is Talia Dekel-Fleising. And now I will switch to English.
And welcome. It's an honor to moderate today's panel, Intelligence-Based Diplomacy, How the Legitimacy Effort will aid in preventing the next October 7th. And thank you to the Alma Center for your partnership on this event today. 10/7 has fundamentally changed Israel's strategic reality. The Hamas invasion and massacre was not only a national trauma, but also a trigger for a broader confrontation. In the weeks that followed, Iranian-backed proxies from Hezbollah in the north to the Houthis and militias across the region, and others, of course, began testing the limits of Israeli deterrence. Israel responded not only with military force, but developed a comprehensive diplomatic and informational strategy as time went on. Intelligence-based diplomacy became a central tool, not just for coordinating responses with allies, but for shaping the international environment and influencing wider public opinion. This not just for coordinating the national environment and influencing wider public strategy included official hand in hand to share threat assessments and engage global partners. But it also extended well beyond government, as we've seen today. Civil society played a crucial role. NGOs, advocacy groups, academics, everyday citizens here and abroad joined the effort, helping to contextualize Israel's actions and counter hostile narratives. These players made strategic use of public communication to push back against the flood of misinformation as well as disinformation. Israel was fighting a campaign led by its adversaries to distort facts, demonize it, and manipulate international opinion. In this environment, intelligence-based diplomacy meant more than quiet briefings. It meant fighting for legitimacy, credibility, and deterrence in both diplomatic halls and public discourse. Following October 7th, Israel is taking a more proactive and preemptive security posture for Israel, one that can be more clearly seen, implemented in its activities in the north. We'll discuss the role this kind of information sharing plays in Israel, the room and legitimacy it needs to carry out its new defense approach in an increasingly complex and volatile region. We're fortunate to be joined by an exceptional panel of experts, and I look forward to beginning this conversation. You guys are there, just checking. Retired Colonel Miryam Institute is a senior fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism at Reichmann University in Herzliya. With over 20 years' experience in the IDF, she held a range of senior intelligence roles, including deputy head of the Combat Intelligence Corps, intelligence officer of a regional border brigade, head of the Syria department in the Northern Command, intelligence officer for the Israeli Airborne Division, and assistant to the director of military intelligence. Notably, in all of these positions, Miri was the first woman to serve in the capacities. Following her military career, Miri served as the Israeli government spokesperson during the Second Lebanon War, and later as international press secretary to Prime Minister Ehud Olmert. She teaches at Reichmann University and Tel Aviv University, lectures globally, and serves on numerous boards, including the Alma Research Center, the Dvorah Forum for Women and National Security, Cyberwell Combating Online Anti-Semitism, and the Taub Center for Social Policy Studies in Israel, which she chairs. So you're welcome to come there. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel in Reserves Avital Leibovich is the director of the American Jewish Committee in Israel. where she maintains relationships with international leaders, diplomats, and policymakers, helping to shape global support for Israel and the Jewish people. Among other achievements in this role, she successfully worked to have Hezbollah outlawed entirely in Kosovo and other countries, hosted dozens of heads of states and ministers in Israel, and contributed to enhancing Israel's standing in the world. She founded and led the IDF's interactive media branch, the first military unit worldwide dedicated to social media, and served as the IDF spokesperson to foreign media, managing the military's relations with international press, and conducting thousands of interviews. Since retiring from active duty, Avital continues to serve in the IDF reserves in the Northern Command and contributes her expertise to Israel's national security. Welcome, Avital. The IDF reserves in the Northern Command, national security. And finally, I'll just acknowledge that our third speaker, Gadi Ezra, who was the director of Israel's National Public Diplomacy Unit at the Prime Minister's office, was scheduled to join us, but like many Israelis who simultaneously lead professional careers, was actually called to reserve service in a combat unit several hours ago, so he won't be joining us, but we'll be fine. Is it on? Yeah, great. Okay. So first of all, thanks guys for being here. We've talked a lot today about all the kind of issues surrounding, but I'd like to get a sense of your unique personal experiences during the war, vis-a-vis your particular audiences, how and what kinds of information you were sharing with your cohorts, what informed your choices, what were the challenges you encountered, and if you can touch on particular events that maybe stood out more. Avital, we'll start with you.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Alma for having such a successful conference. It's wonderful to be here in the North. I also feel personally connected to the North, so for me it's a treat to be here. On October 7th, I actually was called up to reserve duty in the Northern Command. And for me, this was an asset because, you know, when a war breaks out or some sort of an emergency situation breaks out, the best thing to do from an official perspective or from an advocacy perspective would be to try and influence the narrative. Because if you don't feed the media or the officials or the governments with the right information, with the data, with the numbers, with the facts, with the proofs, then someone else will. So the fact that I was there on the ground gave me the capability to actually give the information out. So what I was doing since October 7th, somewhen late at night at around 9, 10, 11 p.m., I would get into my car with my uniform and would record a video trying to explain what happened on that day in Israel, because, as you know, so many fronts was very difficult to follow. I mean, Hezbollah began on October 8th, the following day, and I tried to give the information. Of course, there was different audiences you needed to address. So I was addressing Jews in the diaspora. And, you know, the Jews in the diaspora, I have to say, I received phone calls on October 7th when people were crying frantically. So this really affected them, even though they were not here physically like us, even though they were not sitting in shelters like us. So this was one audience we needed to address. And the other audiences were media, and of course tried to make ourselves available for interviews. I was sitting here, BBC in Arabic just texted me for an interview. And of course were the officials. But here there was a challenge because you could not go to the north. You couldn't go to the northern borders. It was closed. It was not approachable. And in order to have the complete experience, you need the physical presence in the north. So I would say the most urgent thing would be to impact the narrative with the facts, with the numbers, with the data, with the proofs. I think the IDF did a really good job by trying and releasing footage of everything that was done. An example could be an hour ago in which someone in Lebanon was taking out, a senior member of Hezbollah was just taking out an hour ago. He was dealing with the accurate missiles kind of operation. But in the IDF spokesperson explanation, you had the whole resume of the guy. plus the footage. So this is actually a proof of that situation. And without that, it's just sound bites at the end of the day. So I would say that the IDF did a pretty good job on that ground.
Thank you. Miri?
So again, thank you, and it's amazing to be here and in Alma again. Let's think about it for a moment. Let's think about framing. Avital just gave the zoom out frame, but there's the personal frame. And here I want to take us in that sense to the challenge of from October 7th, the intelligence-based information persuades, impacts those who are willing to listen to the intelligence-based information. Meaning I did that every day, 7 a.m. to midnight for months, talking, giving data, facts, information. That's a type of audience, but we need to be aware it's a type of audience. I hate to put it in numbers. I always like to do a kind of chatach, a line. People 30 and over, I love this audience. Most people here, 30 and under, most people 30 and over will accept the facts. It's a time thing, it's a social media aspect. They're looking in that sense more for what does it mean, what's the facts, you can impact them that way. But when you give too many facts and you're talking on TV and you show too many things, people lose the context. But you know what they want? They want to know all about Miri. They want to know about Avital. And they want to know about Talia. And I'm the one who said that Gali hadn't introduced herself because it's about the person. And in the intelligence-based information, the challenge is that you lose that personal touch. And I think that for me, the biggest challenge throughout this year and 7 months is not about the information. Oh my God, we've put out so much information, so much more exact, so much better than we ever have before. By far, high points to the IDF. But I'm going to call it out right now. Who is the face of Israel? 1, 2, 3, 4. For the international community on a personal basis. And I would say that the only person in English who spoke on a personal basis in that sense is the IDF spokesperson. Eylon Levy was out there for a while and then stopped. And I'm just saying that at the end, people want to connect to people. And even with Eylon, that was always my criticism to theirs. It isn't just about the facts and figures. It's about the personal. It's about me sitting in the shelter by myself. It's about being scared or not being scared. And together with that, showing both resilience and strength. And so I'm not contradicting. I'm just giving us our challenges that when we're talking about this, we need the information. But to me, the intelligence-based information, certainly the last year and 7 months, was mainly focused at decision makers, but not at all of us. When I say not of all of us, not the person at home, not the people at the end who are walking out and protesting against Israel, the ones who are on the streets, the ones who are out there in horrific ways with totally erroneous things. And you go, I want to tell them more information. They don't want information. And if there was one day where I saw the difference, it was that Saturday night? Or we already, yes. When was the Eurovision? The Eurovision, that was Saturday night, where everybody connected to Yuval Raphael on a personal level. In Europe, where we try to get, I'm saying there's that difference between the people level and what you talk about in a personal story, and she won that personal vote, the people vote, the people connected to her, and I give that as an example of the challenges that we face, because it doesn't mean that you don't need to give all of the information and the data, and to make sure that the other side can't do the misinformation, disinformation, fake information. But it isn't enough to be able to change the challenge that we have when it comes to the delegitimizing, which I'm sure we're going to expand upon in a moment.
Is there, I'll just take from what you were saying, is there an overlap between the two worlds? Because on the one hand, we're talking about the information, the numbers, the figures, probably stuff that's more aimed towards the decision makers and more hard diplomacy, whereas, and you correctly kind of aged it, all the other stuff is more relevant for the younger audiences, perhaps those on social media, obviously, maybe younger generations of reporters, things like that. Is there an overlap between the two worlds? How should we be working together? Do the organizations need to work differently with the government? Like, how do you see a kind of an ideal situation of those two worlds coming together?
I'll start, and I'm going to let Avital step in, because this is, for both of us, an area that we look at. First of all, you can't disconnect today. Anything that goes out is everywhere, okay? It's a question at the end of the echo box that you're in. So we're here at the Alma Center. We've been hearing magnificent different presentations, lectures about what's going on right now. And this is a narrative. I've been sitting, I constantly also to myself as I sit and I push back on different ideas of what comes up. Could I describe it in a different way? I'm very tempted in that sense to show some of those visuals that we haven't been looking at all day. But when we talk about that online, when we're talking online social media, not internet per se, not the information, but when I am having a friend and my friendship is on social media and I'm inside a group and I'm inside my closed social media group, I am only going to see one echo box. It is an enormous challenge nowadays. So it doesn't really overlap. That to me is part of the big challenge, is that you meet people who for the last year and 7, almost 8 months have only seen a narrative, one side of the narrative, and you're appalled, but I have to tell you that's true on both sides. We're not exposed a lot. Not to the horrific side of the anti-Israel delegitimizing, but to the other side of this war, okay? Different pictures that we're not seeing that impact those who are talking about the personal and about the people and what it does to people. So I don't have an answer for that, because you need to be reaching out to both.
I would say it has to do with audiences. The question is, which audience are you addressing and what are you trying to achieve? And I'll give an example. I think a few months after the war broke out, I received a phone call from one of the ambassadors stationed in Israel. And she said to me, listen, we need to report to our ministry what is going on in the north. We have no idea. We just don't have a clue. And I said to myself, you know what? I can help. And the following day, I texted something like 10 ambassadors, and I said, if you're interested to hear a briefing about what's going on in the north, here's the Zoom link. And within a few hours, I had 10 ambassadors who were sitting with their notebooks, taking notes, asking the questions which, they lacked to find the information on, and then they could file a report to their ministries. Because at the end of the day, at least from my perspective, as an advocacy organization dealing with diplomacy, my goal is to provide the data so that that foreign minister or that prime minister of a certain country could develop a policy which is aligned with the Israeli policy vis-a-vis Hezbollah, vis-a-vis Iran, Syria, and so on and so forth. So that's one example. Another example is the personal touch, and I agree with you, because at the end of the day, we are here in Israel, and I'm included, are very militaristic. And let's face it, most of the countries in the world don't have mandatory service. So they don't know what the military is except something they've seen on movies. So how do you personalize the issue? How do you personalize such a strategic issue for us, which is a life and death situation many times? So I can give you an example. A few months ago, I took a group of ambassadors. The demand was really high. We had close to 60 ambassadors from multiple countries, and I took them to the northern border. Now, I could have done it the classic way, namely going to a military base and have a briefing there, and another general comes, and another general comes, fine. So yes, I had a strategic briefing by a general. But then I decided to invite a mayor, the mayor of the Upper Galilee. And the Upper Galilee, as many of you know, contains 28 communities and towns. Half of them were evacuated. So for a mayor that has 14 of his communities evacuated and they're not returning, I mean, their return is not even in sight, just speaking from a civilian perspective. And then we took them to a kibbutz called Kibbutz Shamir, that in 1974, they still have the scars of the terrorists entering their kibbutz and killing 3 women in 1974, even though so many years have passed. So just to understand the mindset of the civilians, the diplomats were very emotional when they were a part of that experience. In addition to this, how do you communicate with the world? Because not everybody is here. So we've brought a lot of delegations. Now, it's not easy to convince people, parliament members and journalists, to take a plane and go to a war zone. It's not easy. And many of them do not want to come, and I cannot blame them for that. But we were successful still with a lot of delegations, primarily from Europe, but not only. By the way, I'm one of those who think that relations with Europe are critical and important for Israel. And I'm not a person who says, Europe is dead, Europe is gone, don't invest in Europe. I'm not with that agenda. And it made a difference.
Very timely, Avital.
Thank you. And when we took those delegations to meet hostage families, and they looked in the eyes of the mothers and the brothers and the sisters of the hostages, it was different than what they've seen on TV. Because as we all know, the international news segment in news programs in TV gets the least rating. Because if I'm living in Alabama, what do I care about what's going on in Aleppo, Syria? I don't care.
I'm going to jump in here and say that the challenges that I'm sitting here, Alma, Northern Front, and we all sat here a year ago in the war itself while it was still going on. And I say that because to me the biggest challenge in this war was to get the focus on to the north. Every single time I was on TV, they talked to me, including now, they only talk about the framing of Gaza, the framing of Gaza. Can I say that like 17 times?
The Palestinian story,
Okay.
the Palestinian conflict.
But not just that. It's about Gaza. It isn't even in that sense about Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, or that sense. And that you want to go, oh my God, there are other fronts. And when you view Lebanon, when you view Hezbollah, when you view the north through the eyes of what's happening in the Gaza Strip, none of the threat that was here, the challenge that was here, nobody was reporting on it. Nobody cared about it. And if you don't preempt, what happened is when Israel went on the offensive in the summer of 2024 as a big date, it was a few dates that went in a row. It was after the horrific attack into Majd al-Shams mid-July 2024, but after that Israel and the Israeli forces went on the offensive. The narrative about Israel looking at what we were doing was, why is Israel attacking Lebanon? Why is Israel on the attack? I'm like, where have you been for the last 9 months as we've been talking about what's been happening about the evacuees? And I give that in that sense that the challenge in a multi-front war is that this war is only viewed through the eyes of the Gaza Strip, including today. And here we are sitting here and talking about this, and what's happening down south impacts everyone. I was listening before to a conversation about Lebanon not inside this room. And they were saying, as long as Israel continues what it's doing in Gaza, nothing's going to change in Lebanon. That was an international perspective. I thought, ma kesher? And yet, here we are, exactly that challenge, and we need to be aware of that. How do we broaden that perspective that not everything is about that things are interconnected, that the Houthis firing at us doesn't necessarily have to do with the Palestinians, and it does have to do with so many other things. That's a challenge that we constantly have. But this issue of the personalization is, the only ones who really like that in the States are Fox, BBC, and CNN. I mean, I do everybody all of the time. But on the night of either the April or the October one, I was live on Fox before the actual attack. And the siren, remember the first time that the pre-siren went off and it was really scary? Anyways.
October 1st.
That was that one? Okay. I'm live on Fox. I hear it goes into my phone. I said, I'm live on TV. I said, listen, I'm sorry, I have to go to the I don't have a safe room. And they're like, can you get onto your phone and show us? I think I did better for the state of Israel on that one night than I'd ever done. Because I took my phone, and everybody watched me go down. Everybody saw me sitting on the stairs. Everybody heard the noise that I was hearing. That was totally personal. It had nothing to do with anything else. And that personal story of showing, and that was about Iran. And I don't know how to always challenge it. That was actually a very scary night, by the way, because I live near Jlilot, and Jlilot was one of the places that they were aiming at, and one of them fell there that night. And it was no fun, right? Okay? Jlilot. I love being near Jlilot, right? Okay.
We were actually at the Jerusalem Press Club just on the way back from a 1-year anniversary tour that we had done with journalists in the Gaza periphery, and then started getting the alerts to get shelter. And if you remember, there was also a terrorist attack the same day in Tel Aviv.
On the light rail.
Yeah. So I think this is a good segue to kind of the next portion of the conversation that we'll talk about what we have ahead of us, and how the picture looks starkly different in the north now to the beautiful pictures that we had here before, and how we deal with that.
Can you put on those pictures? Can you put on the ones that were the JP? Is that okay to put that in the background? The ones of that we had on in the Hafsaka?
And I just want to reinforce this issue of not being able to maintain world attention in more than one area at a time, because just like the world was all looking at, at All Eyes on Gaza. This was actually something that, in terms of civil society at least, a lot of organizations on the ground in Israel were kind of trying to fill that vacuum of going up north. So while all the groups were down south, if you remember, there were busloads and busloads and busloads of journalists, diplomats down south, a lot of us organizations were able to take the journalists up north. And that was the biggest challenge, trying to explain to them why they needed to still be there. And those who had, larger staff, crews that, ABC and NBC, CNN, they had a few teams here on the ground. They were able to kind of go to different locations, but not everybody has the same budget as these folks, and of course their tensions were.
But there were roadblocks in the entire north. You couldn't even reach the border area. And if you're back, you're not really on the border. You can't really see what's going on. You can understand the Hezbollah is right on the border.
True, but I will say, and I don't often say this, and it's kind of a shame that Gadi's not here to kind of talk about the coordination between civil society and official authorities. We were able, in several instances, to get special permission from the IDF to reach some of the locations that were blocked off from the general public.
But stop for a sec. I want to call out Talia. Talia had the idea. We were sitting and talking about what we need to do in 2023 before the war in the north, because we didn't know there was going to be a war in the south. And I want you to think about this as different people in the audiences, because what you're saying behind us is something that Talia and I created in the summer of 2023. We said there's going to be a war with Hezbollah, and nobody's going to be able to go to the border. But we're going to want to be able to talk about it. And we took photographer, drones, and we went up to the north. This is in Sarit. None of the buildings on the Lebanese side now exist anymore. We kind of said we do the before and after. But as it goes behind us right now, just to give that idea, this was used, we used this during the war itself. When you're talking about they can't go up north, you prepare something in advance. You can't go down south. And this was prepared in advance. This is in Shtula at the Speaking Walls. As it goes on, you'll see, taken from a drone, from Avivim, from Misgav'am, from Rajal, all along that border so that you have visuals. Because at the end, people they don't know where we are. They don't know where things are. And in this case, we could show the Hezbollah places, the Hezbollah sites, where they were. And we were doing that all over the world, online, through these pictures. Very important to think about those resources up front, meaning what's the next war and what do we need to prepare, right? Okay, just for us to think about.
I think it's a great initiative, so kol hakavod on that. But I do want to make a segue and talk about the pictures, because this is the problem that we currently have. And, for us here in Israel, we usually, let's put it bluntly, Al Jazeera in Arabic is not the most popular channel for us. And the footage which is shown there, if you just take 5 minutes of your time, any round hour, you open the news and you look at the pictures coming out from Gaza, and these are the pictures which the world sees. And there's a problem here, because these pictures are, eye-catching, they're dramatic, they're everything that a news director would want for increased rating for his program. And there is no contradiction. On the Israeli side, there is no other footage that is being put out there which could maybe divert a little bit or somewhat of the only narrative that exists. I'm not even talking about Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is just one example, but this footage coming out from Hamas cameramen, Islamic Jihad cameramen from Gaza is, of course, spread through the wires all over the world. And this is a huge challenge, which I don't see Israel succeeding with so much. There are different ways to deal with it, but right now, we're beginning to pay a heavy price in our diplomatic relations. And again, this is the connection between the media effect and the political part.
Absolutely. I'll just say that there's a huge difference between the two. Again, we're looking at the two different zones, both the Gaza front and the north. And we're talking about who's left in Gaza to take pictures of what's happening there, and of course Israel's decisions to not exactly allow the foreign press to get into the strip and leave this vacuum that you also talked about at the beginning of the discussion. That's something that we have to be asking questions about. But if we move the conversation back up to the north, because that's why we're here today, and you're talking about the pictures, what are the pictures that we need to be showing them now, given the fact that the message is even more difficult in creating legitimacy for this kind of this defensive war when we have boots in the ground both in Syria and in Lebanon, which is not the case when we filmed these beautiful pictures. So I'll tell you what I'm seeing, and I want the world to see just the same things I'm seeing. I'm seeing restaurants with great food which are opened in Lebanon. I see beautiful houses being cleaned up and new gardens being planted. In other words, I'm seeing Lebanese people trying to go back to their normal lives. In the north, it's not, obviously, this is the same situation. Only 50% of the people returned. And I'm also seeing something else, very important voices calling out for a change, to seize the opportunity and change, move Hezbollah outside of the government, fire people belonging to Hezbollah who are working in the airports, in the ports, in government facilities, in government ministries. In other words, I see the average person in the street, I see the average news anchor talking about a change, a hope for Lebanon. And with this hope, we need to push forward the narrative. Because you won't see the same pictures in Gaza, obviously, because these pictures don't exist there. And 1.4 million people in South Lebanon evacuated safely when the IDF asked them to evacuate. So there were tiny amount, really tiny, which you cannot even, count really, of civilian casualties. This is not the same thing. But I think we can talk about maybe a shared future, if I'm daring to dream down the line, a shared future which would benefit both countries one day.
I'm going to step in here and say we may be able to do that about Lebanon, because Lebanon has a similar story, meaning we have a Hezbollah, there was a Hamas, we have civilians, we told civilians to leave, they left. A lot were killed. I'm just saying in that sense, that whole issue with the numbers is one that we never know how to address well, but I want to take on Syria. And here I'm going to be taking on the front row as they sat here this morning and I listened, and I'm not saying that what was presented here is wrong, but I'm talking right now from a narrative point of view. Right now, Israel is being presented in the world as the impediment to Syria going forward, not Turkey. Not what Hayat Tahrir Sham was and maybe is, not all of the challenges inside Syria on the ground, not Qatar. No, Israel is presented as the impediment. And in that sense, when I say what I would like to see, I would like us to make clear statements in that sense, which at one stage along the way, the Prime Minister made one of the only very official policy statements that he made at the graduation ceremony at Ba'adha down south, where he said, we will not allow any troops at all, any kind of military arms south of Damascus. It isn't right now if I agree or disagree, but it was a very clear statement. And from that position, it's like, what are Israel's policies, both in Lebanon and in Syria? And in that sense, this is about policy. It's not about intelligence-based information. It's about what are the Israeli policies. Because the one thing that we have not talked about today at all is the impact of Israeli policies. We say we're only in 5 spots in Lebanon. We present that as being a failure of us in what we achieved in the ceasefire. And I'm saying we are in 5 spots in Lebanon. That means that we can be presented as occupying Lebanon. And when it comes to Syria, we can say from here to eternity that the Turks were there before. And we all know that. But I give you the challenge in the narrative itself, in that framework, we share a border with Syria. And what I want to say is that we share a 138-kilometer border with Lebanon. We share an 89-kilometer border with Syria. Both of them have been in a state of war with Israel from May 14th, 1948. It's May 2025, okay? That's a choice they made, not us. And I give it in that sense as I actually want to zoom out into that bigger narrative, because right now, when it comes to Syria, I don't know what their future is, but I'm going to share a border with them. And that lack of clear voices also that I alluded to before, the only voice that comes out of Israel is the military one. And I abhor that. The state of Israel is not supposed to be represented by a military person in uniform. And it doesn't matter if Avital did her job stupendously, which she did, both in uniform and in general. That's not the face of the state of Israel. not even in a state of war. It's supposed to be a face of both government, of policies, of ideas, of a woman, of a soft voice. I could add in onto that one. And we don't have that one there. We do not have that. And that's very much missing when it comes to the voice I want to hear if I was looking up towards the north.
I want to leave a few more minutes for questions from the audience, but I also want to stay true to the topic of our conversation. And of course, I completely agree with you, everything that you're talking about in terms of the person in the front. But at the end of the day, and this is something that we've talked about throughout the day, people do need numbers, statistics, information, and the state at the end of the day has a monopoly on this information. And you know, it's not new in the war that often there's kind of this push and pull between civil society and the official organs to try to gain this information. And it's not always timely. And not all of us have an Alma Center in every location across the country.
That's why we have Alma.
So I think the question begs is, what can we do in the absence of these kinds of organizations when we do rely so heavily on, you know, on OSINT, as you called it before, because this is reality at the end of the day. Like, how do we bridge that gap when we know that at the end of the day we don't have that access that the government will always have?
I'll start, you'll continue. In today's day and age, we don't actually need the government. I just spent today learning from Tal, from Sarit, from all. How much did we learn this morning about Hezbollah, about Lebanon, about Syria, about what's going on? That's all based on research OSINT. And I say that because there's Alma, and that gives us that answer in that sense up north. And there are other agencies, other organizations that do the research in that sense, and we should look at them. Everybody is agenda-based, and that's fine. Read the about, find out what the agenda is. I think that the challenge is in warfare and fighting, not in that overall picture. Meaning I don't know exactly at that moment exactly what's going on. And that has to do with the war. I don't think I ever expected that I would live through, in the state of Israel, a war of 1 year. What are we at, 593 days? Did any of you think that we would be in a war 593 days? And I say that, and yet we have the information. We managed to create it more and more. So specifically in that sense, I think it's to rely more nowadays, especially on OSINT, but to always ask the questions. But the challenge to me within the information is the picture that goes above, and that you get to choose. So that picture is the one that always impacts.
So when you look at polls all over the world, and you look at the different bodies which receive the credibility of the public, you see the government offices at the lower part of the list, but the NGOs are opening the list in terms of credibility. And that's the reason why NGOs are so successful. Alma is one example, AJC is another example. But there are many others as well, of course, JVP. But there are many examples, and the fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter that you're not sitting at that decision-making point exactly. If you have the intelligent people with the relevant requirements, you can do a great job. And we are all a part of this advocacy kind of mechanism, and we're all successful in what we do because we have good people at the end of the day. I do want to point out, just to refer to what you said about Syria, because actually there were a lot of messages given by the Prime Minister. By the way, he said that he's even considering normalizing relations with Syria in December 24. But there were visits on the border in which we heard Minister Katz and Prime Minister Netanyahu and others. Sometimes, this is only has been going on, the Syrian border issue has been going on for 5 months. So this is quite a period of time which is still shaped. We don't know yet what will happen with this Jolani guy and who's controlling Damascus and a few suburbs at the end of the day. It's not the entirety of Syria. So I think sometimes there is this vagueness which a country is permitted to keep. So not always my expectation is to have all the information out there. I think in the case of Syria, it's such an example, because look what happened last week when Trump was in the region suddenly.
So I get a
Jolani is the good-looking guy. It's the good-looking guy who's promising
but he said handsome guy, but I'm just gonna push back in the sense that when it comes to Syria, the official statements that came out were the military security statements.
Except Netanyahu's first statement,
first
which
statement.
said, but the first statement was 4.5 months ago. So we are in this picture a very limited time at the end of the day. So it's okay to wait until we
But I'm
form
not talking
the
about
policy.
the policy itself. I'm talking about the lack of, in that sense, part of the challenge is what is it, but it's how it goes out. And I think that in that sense, we've all created it here today. And in sending out that, what's the message? What's the picture? At the end, I always come back to the picture. Because to be clear to everybody, I'm all intelligence-based. But when it comes to the media, the picture is worth 1,000 words. And we can't forget that. Certainly in the under 30 age, they look at the picture and then they may go in and see a bit more. And those are the ones that we want to influence because they're going to be the future leaders.
I'm actually looking to influence the decision makers. So it's a combination of different audiences. Of course, we need to address each audience with their own tools.
The decision makers also have children that follow social media, and that's part of it. I've been told several times that our time is up, so I'm going to have to end here. And if anyone has any questions, you can grab our speakers after the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So after all this diplomacy and agreements and wars of information, behind all of that are people. They're the ones who live by the border. They're the ones who will have to live with the arrangements reached by the leaders and with the military's policy. It is them that will have to rebuild the north after 18 months of not being there. So I'd like to invite Shaked Sadeh. She's a journalist and she's of Mako Weekend magazine, a former northern correspondent for Ma'ariv. This panel is going to discuss these matters and it will be in Hebrew. Hi everybody. This is almost the end of our day together and I'm excited to be the head of this panel. As she said, I am a resident of the north. I grew up and I was born in Nahariya. And throughout the war, I reported about the north while living in the city. We had experiences that were not easy during the war, including people murdered just outside my home, and I had to constantly report about it all in real time. So I'm happy to invite the representatives from all of these places. Please join the panel. Please join us on stage. Take a seat, everybody. So really, after months of tension and uncertainty, actually precisely 18 months, the war against Hezbollah has ended for now. The immediate threat has been removed, but there is a crisis that left this battle far from ending. It's only 61% of the residents of the north that have returned home to their communities, to the new routine. But they're dealing with serious rebuilding in all aspects. And what has been revealed in this time is not just the intensity of the external threat, but also the cracks within the systems, the differences in terms of policy and territory, and what is the government's responsibility, what is the civilians' responsibility, the difference between the center and the peripheral areas. And I think particularly now when the external threat has been stopped, we need to thoroughly check what it is that the North needs in order to not only rebuild, but to become even stronger and more powerful. How do we rehabilitate and rebuild resilience? And in this panel, we'll try to hear those who know the situation from up close. We have different capacities here, and we'll ask everybody, how do we rebuild the North? So I'd like to introduce each of these panel members. Anwar Amar is mayor of Khofesh. Dmitry Apartsev is the Senior Director of Government Relations Department in the Tnufa administration. Lilach Ashtar is the former Territorial Brigade Defense Officer and a member of Forum Dvorah. Gidi Harari is part of the Mevorot Hormone Council, and he's also a senior commander in Unit 504. He's a speaker at the Alma Center, and we have Mr. Daniel Kabiliu, founding CEO at the Civil Anchor. So I'd like to ask all of you a question that is a rather general question. If we begin from the top, each of you take several sentences to tell us what do you think is the main risk that is posed to the north of Israel and to its residents, and what is the opportunity that grows specifically from this crisis? Please take the microphone. Hi, everybody. I am the mayor of Khorfesh. We are 1.5 kilometers away from the border. And also in this war, we reached the stage of being victorious over Hezbollah in the north, but we have to prepare for the fact that this organization still exists, is still alive, and can become stronger any second and repeat a similar attack, similar to the October 7th. So we need to have a response as residents of the north. We have to strengthen the residents, we have to reinforce the economy, and we have to bring the residents to this border in order to strengthen the front in face of all of the organizations that are to the north of the state. That is, in a nutshell. I can of course go on, but I'll let my colleagues here say what they think too. I will talk from the civilian aspect, because the greatest risk that I identify for the north is actually to do with the civilian aspect. It is about us not seizing this opportunity that we were handed now to, first of all, go back and rebuild and rehabilitate the Galilee, which I believe was taken 30 or 40 years back in time in the past 18 months. I'm talking about education systems that were not really very at the front line earlier, have now fairly collapsed. I'm talking about health systems. I'm talking about not enough residents in the north and the like. This is the biggest risk that is posed with regard to the north of Israel. So if we don't seize this opportunity, and if we don't leverage the circumstances in order to build and develop the north much more than it was until October 7th, then that is the biggest risk, because the north will remain dormant and not treated without economic possibilities. The younger generation will leave, etc. My name is Dimi Apartsev. I am the head of the former Katzrin local council. I was for several years the CEO of the absorption ministry, and now I continue to be the resident of the north. I'm a resident of Katzrin, and reality that we all experience is part of my day-to-day life. Currently, I work in the Tnufa administration under the Prime Minister's office. It's about to be under the Ministry of Finance, and I believe that the main risk is specifically from the civil aspect. The problem is the distrust between the residents and the central government, which also derives from the feeling that the response was late to come, and also it's to do with the uncertainty looking forward. And this distrust, I believe, is a very significant risk. On the other hand, reality out of the crisis provides a good opportunity to make a very significant change in the area. I'm not only talking about rebuilding physical structures. I'm talking about creating a model of making the north from a place that is weak we'd like to make it even a model of innovation and progress. And we'll talk about that later. And that is certainly a good opportunity for that, because as always, if the crisis is deep, so is the opportunity large. It's difficult for me to talk about risks. I don't feel that we're at risk. I think that at least militarily speaking, this was never our position. We are everywhere where we need to be. And I think it's a big opportunity. Problems we have, of course, endless number of problems, but it's an opportunity, and it depends on us how much we can persist, how strong we can be. And we should be strong, and we need to work as hard as we can. I don't think there's a big risk, though. Okay, so I agree with everything that has been said. The civilian issue, the civilians leaving, that is the biggest risk, especially when we talk about strong populations leaving the north. And I think there is an opportunity here. This is an opportunity for us to have strong populations move from the center to the north, population that believe in ideology, that feel a sense of mission. And I think if the state does this properly, then we'll see these strong populations moving to the north, relocating to the north. And I see my friends as people who have a lot of motivation to do something that is more significant and necessarily so in the north. Okay, so I'd like to address questions to each of you. I'll begin with Anwar. I remember it was about a year ago, then we had that event in Khofesh. There were 12 were injured, and one soldier was killed by Hezbollah UAVs in the soccer field in the center of the village. I guess that this affected how the residents feel, affected you. And this is, I mean, during the war and thereafter, there is a lot of talk about the Druze villages in the Galilee bearing a very heavy burden when protecting, defending the state, security aspects and civic aspects. And I'd like to see, what do you think your role is in rehabilitating the north? So as you know, the Druze community, because of me, took the burden upon itself in this war. On October 7th, all of the young people who were supposed to enlist, also those who were already in the security system, they all went back to the military straight away and fought in the south on Sunday in Khofesh, and you're all invited. We're going to have a day of recognition of all of the IDF, the Druze IDF soldiers who participated in the Iron Swords War, both those on active duty and reservists. So the Druze community, really, nobody was missing because of the war. They all ran straight to the war. They went straight to the south. And I'm talking about people I know from my own village, from my environment. People fought there bravely. And if you come on Sunday, you will hear the stories of these people. My village was supposed to be evacuated. But it wasn't in the end, and people stayed there and experienced the war. And during this war, we experienced very difficult events, and this has an impact, affects the community. And if we talk about the elderly, we talk about children. These are people that we give therapy. Until now, we've been just dealing with their souls, with their mental anguish. We'd like to help them feel better about that. The village had 1,300 soldiers as guests. In our village, there were 202 days when soldiers stayed in our village as guests. There was no help from the ADF. Our village supported these people, embraced them, gave them whatever they needed. We made sure that our guest house would be empty. The public places were empty, especially for them. We let them stay there because of the UAVs and the risk posed by these UAVs. The village lost 2 soldiers during the war, and gave about 15% of the entire population that was enlisted. About 700 soldiers from our village participated in the war. And the most difficult event was indeed this UAV falling and hitting in the middle of the soccer field. We heard the explosion and we ran there. It took us 5 minutes to get there. We we evacuated the soldiers from there. We had the first responders do that. And there was also one fatality, and 4 people of the first responders were injured because they were there for the second UAV. This was a very difficult and complex event. There were other challenging events in the area too, people who were injured, soldiers. But I'd like to tell you something. During the time when these people at the front line were not home, the people who maintained the houses was us, our first responder team. They worked days and nights, and they visited these villages, and they made sure that everything is being run well. At least we protected the north. Our village took care of the north. And I have to tell you, with this whole burden that we had, you have to know it is a privilege to be there with our boots on the ground when there is big trouble in the country. This is our country. We were protecting it, defending it. We're not doing anybody any favors. We did what was our responsibility, and this is what we needed to do, and we did it. And I'd like to say one more thing. We were afraid that Radwan forces would enter on October 7th or after October 7th into the Israeli territory, and we recruited 500 people from within the village who were prepared to take weapons in order to defend the north and the towns, because we knew that we were the strongest in the north, because we are the strongest community. We needed to take care of all of these other towns, Shtula and Dovev and Avivim and others. What is troubling me a lot since the war ended, until this very day, nobody, except for just listening, nobody came and offered any kind of help, no support, no listening to what we're saying. And I'm talking about a lot of things. I'm telling you, there's things that are more important than this building and the industrial zone, and that is people. And I expect Minister Elkin and his team to come and to listen and to solve the problems that people have. These people are suffering severely. I'm talking about children still sleeping under their beds, children still sleeping in the bomb shelters, and nobody is doing anything about it. And honestly, I don't know what we're waiting for. Please, he has all of the authority to come and do and begin to work. That is what I am demanding. I mean, we can submit, plans that we worked on during the war. You want to talk about bomb shelters? I'm building bomb shelters. You're talking about zoning plans in the north? We can take care of that too. But there are things that are more important, and that is to take care of this traumatized population. And I'm telling you, until now, since the war that has ended, it's not the education system or the minister in charge who did anything for us. We got no assistance whatsoever. Bring back the residents to the north, that's important. But what about those who remained in the north and experienced the war? They need to be immediately taken care of, and you have to come and you have to be practical, not so much talk and then more talk. We've had enough of all of these beautiful talk that we hear during these amazing visits. Just you have to do something. Now for me, as a mayor, I take all of my budget and give it to the children who need to get therapy. So what I'm expecting is that everything that I said now, I would like this to be relayed to whoever needs to hear about it. I say this to the supervisors as well, and he's here now. So please come. I don't understand. Let me give you an example. For example, a property tax authority, they just came 2 weeks ago, and when we speak to them and we show them the damage that we incurred, you don't understand how they treat us, as if we just landed from the moon and we're coming to ask for ridiculous things. But these are real things that happened. There are tanks, there are complaints. Instead of listening and being supportive and coming with an approach that really wants to help this suffering population. I mean, after we were there for more than a year in this war. I slept in a bomb shelter for more than a year. Why? Because it was dangerous until now. Every time there is a siren, I jump. What do you think my child feels like? I mean, I've been in the security business for years, but what about the children? So please, I'm not talking about me personally. I'm talking on behalf of all of the northern residents who remained at home and suffered. You have to come now and start work and start doing things. That is what we expect. At this point, you should have been past this stage, but unfortunately, until now, this has not been done. Nothing has been given to the north, to the people who were supposed to be evacuated and didn't because they decided to stay at home and protect the northern front. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really hope that your message has been conveyed and you will get what you are owed.
Head of government interactions at the Tnufa administration. I know that the purpose of the administration was to provide an immediate response. As we've heard, the responses are often too slow and inadequate. What challenges have you encountered in the coordination between the government ministries and the field, and do you think these gaps can be bridged? How can this be done with the population? At the beginning of the war, the state prioritized the south, although the war was underway up north as well, and the population, the focus was on the south. That is what we all experienced. I had the same experience as a resident of a place where missiles and drones fell very close to my home. But only in May 2024, the State of Israel responded by establishing the administration. It was 1 billion shekels were allocated in order to maintain a wartime routine until the end of the year, and there were changes over the course of the year, and a decision was made to allocate 15 billion shekels for the multi-year event in the 0 to 9 region. So the administration receives responsibility for that region under the government decision, and within that framework, we have spent about 2 billion shekels on the immediate needs to rebuild, to restore, to provide grants to the evacuated populations. We reached a situation in which there was rating amongst there were different levels, different ranks between the populations that were evacuated and the ones that were not. And now we're working on a multi-year plan for which we have 8 billion shekels, which is a sum of money that certainly can say that it's inadequate because the needs for infrastructure require tens of billions of shekels, but that is the budget that we have. And the general idea right now is to see how we can take the capabilities of the administration. It's not the only organization that's responsible for providing the solutions. It's not the job of this administration of 8 people. It's a very large government initiative, a government project, and different ministries have different responsibilities. And what we can provide as part of, in this context, is dealing with the situation in the field as much as possible. Based on my experience, all these projects to save the North after all different types of operations and incidents, they all ended with nothing. And the reason was because there was no connection to the field. You can make lots of plans and Excel spreadsheets and present all these grandiose ideas, but if it's not translated, not converted to action in the field, then there will not bear any fruit. do you think that this administration is working differently this time? The challenge is enormous. The process is different. And because the administration has people that are experiencing these things together on a daily basis, we're trying to create a bridge. It's a two-way bridge. On the one hand, it tries to translate the needs of the people in the field for the government ministries, and also help the people in the field understand how to speak a government language. Those are two very different language for all different reasons and different limitations, and the need to function under proper administrative conduct. And there are people who are currently working on plans, formulating plans while talking with the field in order to create an opportunity for every shekel to go to the right place. Sometimes money remained in at the Ministry of Finance as reserves or weren't used as needed in the field. We want to, there's a need to connect to these the national resources. We're working on a plan that should address not only the small things, so they're very, very important, but rather for growth engines, because opportunities like that in an environment of putting out the fires, it's not something that will suffice at this time. We need sufficient growth engines for the North, other than the fact that we need a new narrative for Northern Israel, and that's one of the jobs of the Tnufa administration. This time our goal is to draft a solution that's given in clusters, that's provided within an ecosystem that through its mayors, through the main cities in the region, to invest substantial resources in those areas, provide the broader solutions there, and through those develop the entire northern region, so that instead of constantly trying to bring central Israel to the periphery, we want to take the periphery and create solutions there that will be needed by the population of central Israel as well. Do you think that in the current situation, what you are doing are these temporary solutions, or are these things that could lead to an overall reform that will change the face of the North? We must not talk about temporary solutions or about patches, and sometimes the needs from the field is just to figure out to work out the very specific things that are concern us at that moment. Of course, these need answers. Obviously, the government ministries have to address the routine day-to-day issues, but the administration was established for a limited period of time, for only 5 years, and right now our goal is to develop growth engines that will be very significant and create opportunities for changing the narrative and the reality in the North for years to come. Can I answer? Okay, the money is available. Right now, we're not focusing on the small things, and that is the most important thing, because God is in the details. You want to strengthen the areas that are already strong, and you are abandoning the weaker populations once again, and that is your plan. And we've told you that that is not what our region needs. You have to strengthen the entire north, the entire border area. You can't support only places that are already strong, like Nahariya, Ma'alot. What about the other towns that are lacking minimal needs in order to live? And I'll give you an example. In Hofish, there isn't a soccer field or a basketball court or a park for the little kids. Is that acceptable? Isn't that something that we have to deal with, that we have to address? Don't you have to keep populations there? We're taking all the money, investing it in industrial areas that already exist, that are already strong, that are thriving, once again, strengthening the strong and keeping the weak in their weak position. And I'm asking, and I'm speaking on the strategic level, you need to prepare a work plan for each and every locality based on its weaknesses and strengths in order to strengthen each place and stop talking only about specific areas and the large cities. we know what your plans are, and that money, I'm talking about, remember what I'm telling you, that money will disappear, and the people in the fields will not get a cent because the strategy is wrong. And it has to be, we have to focus on individual treatment, addressing the individual needs of each and every town. You can't strengthen one and leave the others weak. That's unacceptable. And I'm demanding, and we've spoken to the minister several times, and we've made we've worked through with JDC to prepare complex plans that address the needs of each and every locality, and you're ignoring those plans. Take the work that millions of shekels went into these plans and adapt those programs. They were prepared by people with knowledge and capabilities, adapt the programs that we requested and address the needs of those localities. Especially for the people. You're bringing people home, but you have people who are coming back and they're suffering. Give them the treatment they need. What are you giving? What are you offering for them? I'll answer in brief because I obviously don't want to argue with you here on stage. We both know that the joint plans that were drafted before the administration was established, we adopted all of the programs. We didn't reinvent the wheel. And right now in the field, we have including in Horfish, we've deployed people who we appointed to leverage the plans. All of those plans will be implemented. I can say that every single fantasy of every head of municipality will be implemented, but things certainly will happen. The ideas are being translated into programs. And from my experience, if I put myself in the position in 2013 when I was elected head of Katzrin, a highly peripheral area in the Golan Heights that was outside of every possible agenda. My personal experience was that within 10 years, we had to function under 6 different governments, each with a different agenda. And now Katzrin has growth plans up to 300,000 people in the next decades, and that is one of the tasks of the local authorities, local leadership. Each authority is responsible for its own locality, but also to the region, because when we look ahead, we can see that if mayors and heads of local councils don't try to see how they can become an integral part of the entire region, the solutions will not come. And we're going to try to change that in full cooperation with with the mayors and leaders in the field. That will guarantee our success. Thank you very much. Yidi Harari, as we said, is member of the Council of Mevot Hermon, among other things. What is the percentage of people who return to your municipality? It was about 70%. About 70% of the people came back, a little bit more than the regional average in the Galilee, which is about 60%. And of course, there are towns that are on the border, like Margaliot and Kfar Yuval, where fewer people have returned, of course. Other places, there have been more people who returned. I live in Shari Yishuv, where about 80% of the residents moved back home. In places like Margaliot, on the border, which had very difficult experiences during the war, you see fewer people returning, but also in the local council itself. What are the challenges experienced by the people who remained during the war or returned now? Have you been able to resume a routine there? It varies between towns and kibbutzim. Within the various local councils, each locality operates differently and functions differently. During the evacuation, there were those that remained, those that were not evacuated. Every place had a different experience. And it's important to mention that, and I don't want to go back to what we talked about before, even though there's a lot to say about it, but in the end, there are a lot of people in the evacuated towns who remained in place. there were 70 people who remained in our town. During routine, there were 150. During times of routine, were 150. We were 150 people, and our total is between 500 and 600 people. So we had to take care of the people who stayed and the people who left during the war, and unfortunately, the focused mostly on the level. The solutions were received mostly on the level of the council and not on the government level. From the government level, almost nothing was done, and I'm not even talking about the fact that they didn't even show their faces. But also during the war itself, there was very little done on the national level to help the evacuated communities. And I'm not talking about not talking about money. Most of the work, most of the solutions for the civilians are done by NGOs, by civilian organizations, by local by local programs. Some have more, some have less. There are different towns know how to accept the assistance at different levels, but it's definitely inadequate because it's not the role of the job of volunteers to help people coming back home after a year and a half, or to solve problems of schools without teachers, or preschools and daycare centers that can't be opened because there's not enough staff to operate them, businesses that didn't receive compensation, and other problems such as fears that were mentioned before, fear, anxiety that aren't being treated properly because there aren't enough therapists, and things like that, which are typical in general of the entire region, whether places that were evacuated and places that remained inhabited throughout the war. The difference between a place like my village, Shar Yishuv, and Kfar Sold, which is a kilometer away, they were not evacuated, but we were, even though I remained at home. The damage was the same, and the rockets that fell between Shar Yishuv and Kfar Sol didn't distinguish between an evacuated and unevacuated town. So this differentiation that the government is trying to make doesn't really exist. This is a region that spreads from Rosh Hanikra to the bottom, to the foothills of the Golan Heights. We're talking about 400,000 people, about 350,000 people who live in that region, talking about 60,000 people who were evacuated, of which only 60% have returned home, and many still have their children registered in schools in central Israel or south of the Galilee. And I can tell you, based on my personal knowledge, that it's very, very difficult to return to the north once you experience the pleasantries of not even central Israel, but even knowing that within a 25-minute drive from Shar Yishuv, if you drive south, it's a completely different world when considering the level of education and the healthcare. And people say, why should I live close to the border? We want a good education for our children. We want good healthcare services. It doesn't even have to be excellent, but it has to be good enough, as most of the residents of Israel have. And we want to be able to make a living. And these are things that are not addressed, not on the level of the Tnufa administration. I'm sorry to say, pouring in money is not a solution. It's just a Band-Aid. There are plans, there are previous plans, historical plans that could have been implemented. All that needs was the decision to be made. The fact that you're saying that you're learning, there's nothing to have to learn. What would you like to see in your towns? I want the government, first of all, to put its hands in a pocket and take it out of the pocket with money, with a lot of money, because the money that's been invested so far is not enough. Some people haven't even started renovating their homes yet. That's one thing. That's first of all, that that the property tax should stop talking about the 10,000 shekels here and there, about cracks in the walls. People lost their homes, and the role of it's the government's job to give them a place to live now as soon as possible, because if we don't bring people back home now to the Galilee in the next 6 months, they're never going to come back. They're not going to come back because they're going to get used to other places. They'll settle in other places, and that'll be tragic. So you're saying that the region has to be rebuilt, reconstructed as soon as possible. We're not rehabilitating. We're not restoring. Rehabilitating means going back to October 6th. We want to look ahead. We want to bring, make the situation in the north better. We want the same level of education, healthcare, employment, and wages as what people enjoy while living in the center of Israel. I wish we can all, I certainly hope so. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Lilach, I'd like to ask you some questions. So, as we said, you are from Nimrod. You used to be an officer, and you're also a woman who's active in the civil arena with your residents in your town. Where do you think is the separation between the military and the civilian responsibility? How do you see the conduct in your town? Well, my town is not an example. There's 20 people there. There's 20 of us, and we also hosted hundreds of soldiers at the same time. Let me just tell you an anecdote. We had whatever you want. We had tanks, all of that in our towns. And of course, we don't have central institutions. So we let people stay in our guest houses. So what we did, just like every self-employed person, we put the little receipts into our little plastic bags. And then we were asked, how did you do this during the war? Did you not report your income? Well, if you didn't report your income, then it's not recognized. This is just, a small story of little-minded people. So, you don't even have an address to talk to. So I say, I lost some money helping these soldiers, but what you have to know is that people in the north are strong people. We're there, and this is also with respect to answer your question. First of all, I don't want to talk about Nimrod because Nimrod is not exactly the problem, and it's also not the story. The story is that the big stones are not in place. And when that is the case, then we fight the small stones. What am I talking about? The Home Front Command that works with civilians, with evacuation, with making sure that the grocery store has something on its shelves, that there is food for the chicken. There is an officer who's in charge of making sure that the cows have food. That's not necessary. That is the responsibility of the military. But then if we talk about civilian defense, then that's under the responsibility of the local council. And that is wrong. After October 7th, this has to change. We have to ask, how does this system work? This system is so wrong that we constantly try to repair it. On one hand, there is pieces that we don't even need and actually drives us mad. And on the other hand, we have an entire misunderstanding of what we need. This is not, Dimi, that I know for many years. It's not other people. I'm talking about the system. The system has to be reorganized. Another point, this whole matter of the civilian defense, for a long time it has been a protection of your own town, not so much the whole region. I mean, there is the entire region. I'd like to remind all of us, October 7th, most of the people killed and murdered were not in Palestine, in Miflasim. They were in the parks. They were on the roads. So did we not learn this? They were not within the town, but they were around the town. And we need these first responder teams now. And we need this regional defense, because if we live in the north, we have to understand this is going to be with us unless we get the Swiss community, Switzerland, on the other side of our borders. And if it's not going to be Switzerland on the other side of the borders, then it's still going to be relevant. And, I'm glad that I'm in Nimrod and not in Tel Aviv. I like Nimrod. I like Nimrod because of the traffic and because of the snow and because of the view. And yes, Hezbollah is part of the deal that I have to deal with. But if the military does what it needs to do, then they will be a very small threat, but they will always be there. And finally, I'd like to say one more thing. One of the things that we must do and that will make the residents feel safe is to have regular recruitment of people in the first responder teams. I'll talk about it in the next conference about a defense program elsewhere. But, you know, now we're a bit confused. We don't know the difference between an asset and an obstacle. A post is an obstacle. If we're talking about a settlement that has 500 or 600 or 700 people, then there is a first responder team that's only on the paper, but it's not enlisted. So you have a town without any soldiers, and we have to rethink about the region. And lastly, what we need to talk about is our personal responsibility. Of course, everybody's responsible for everything, but we have to take responsibility. And one of the prominent things is to be seriously involved in the matter. Each of us has to choose their own way. I mean, I come from the military system. So I say weapons. When I was an officer in Lebanon, I said, I'll check how many weapons do I have on the border, except for the first responders. I mean, I was an officer not so long ago, before the war. So I went to these towns that are on the border. You know, their fence is the border. And I said, who has guns? You know what? Only the first responder team had a gun and a few policemen that were there. People are taking guns? That's strange. I said, let's check the national average. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe these guys are pacifists. Maybe, you know, I'm talking to you about towns that were infiltrated in the 1970s, 1980s, and all of them are not taking weapons. Do they not know what I know? And then I checked the national average, and then I compared it to global averages. And you know what? In the United States, every 100 people have between 130 to 140 weapons. In Finland, every 100 people have 90 weapons. You want to guess what's happening in Israel? There's no way you'll be able to guess. What you're saying is correct. On Saturday, there are 4 guns for 100 people in the population, but that's on Saturday when the soldiers return home. And if it's not the weekend, then it's even less. But, you know, I had tourists. This big fighter on the border. Of course, I didn't agree to come all the way to Nimrod. I had to meet them 20 kilometers away from the border. I mean, they wanted a good restaurant, and we don't have a good restaurant anymore. The restaurant you're talking about doesn't exist anymore. You really should come and visit. So anyway, we met and I sat with them, and there was this American billionaire, dear person, and I met him with a weapon and with my gun. And there was also military officers, IDF officers there. And there was this guy there that looks like Rambo. And then he asked me, the American guy asked me, how many weapons do you have? I said, well, I have a gun, and I have a rifle, and I have a machine gun. I have a machine gun. And he said, that's it? That's all you have? What do you mean? I live in Detroit and I have 15, including machine guns, and I have this special system that even a squirrel won't be able to penetrate my house. And then I felt bad and I said, okay. And this general said to me, do you really have a machine gun? And I said to him, what do you want me to buy? A new utensil for the kitchen or a machine gun? So I'm telling you, something here doesn't make sense. We're being irrational. We have to understand where we live. We live in Israel on the border, and that will not change. I'm sorry, it has nothing to do with anybody else. This is our reality now, and I think it will remain our reality for the next 100 years at least. So let's understand this and move on. How do you think that we can? I mean, we all saw the October 7th sites, and we saw the fighting against Hezbollah, etc. But how do you think that the Israeli public will really not forget and actually implement in its day-to-day routine the lessons that we learned? Because I don't really know if people are really implementing things. Well, first of all, let's begin with writing the things down. I didn't receive to this very day from the military. I mean, I'm the only one here who is not a civilian. So I did not receive anything in writing that explains what happened. There was not any investigation. I mean, does anybody understand what happened? Without complaining about the IDF, I'd like to say this. These inquiries were made for families, etc. But I would like an operational inquiry. I want to know if the war room was functioning properly or not. Why is it so difficult? I want to know what the problem was in Nahal Oz outpost. I need to know. Does it have to be changed? First of all, they just need to write it down. This is the tactical matter. Forget strategy. I need a piece of paper to be able to look at and to ask, is this correct or not? And this has to be done individually for each and every region, each and every threat. And that is not being done. What happened, the more serious thing that happened, is that the military doubled itself like cells, but without thinking what it is that it is doubling. If we had a pyramid with one soldier, with 3 non-commissioned officers in charge of them, and then 10 officers on top of that, the pyramid is about to collapse because every soldier has more and more levels above him. So I'm saying let's begin with inquiries. Let's begin with learning. It doesn't have to be complex. It has to be simplified. Simplified. You have to go back to the basics and understand what happens. And we also have to listen to people in the field. That's always correct, but specifically and certainly now when I'm speaking to a company commander and I ask him, what do you need? I get an answer. He knows. We don't need a whole division in the military headquarters to write a novel or a book that nobody reads. Just ask the people in the field. That's what we need to begin with, and then we can move on. Thank you very much. Daniel Kabiliu. So you are CEO of the Civil Anchor. You help people who were evacuated from their homes and are now returning home. What are the main challenges that you identify when working with them? First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of the panelists, because usually my answers are very short. I mean, we work together, and it is this is how they answer usually, and it is difficult to compete with such rhetoric. I'd like to say to Anwar, correct, I have an idea for a collaboration from my small place where I am. There's a plan that I established that manages to give emotional treatment, and that can help with your society, with your population. Also, Gidi, I have an idea. I'm the small citizen. What are my challenges? Day-to-day issues. I pick up the phone. I like to speak to the citizens. I ask them, how are you? Usually they have an issue that they want to talk about, so I try to neutralize the emotional aspects. The person needs to understand that somebody is there for him, and that's what I try to do, and the same goes for the people who work with me. Would like them to know that they're being heard. There is a lot of complexities here and a lot of historical data that we try to break down. And this is above and beyond the legal solution. I know how to sort that out for people, but it is what each person, the burden they take with them. That is critical. People who think that they're invisible, that nobody can see them. And I came across a few situations of this kind. I'd like to say there's some regions in Israel, I don't want to say which, where also after they received everything they asked for and they were supported and they got everything that they needed, still they feel that somebody did not see them, that they were skipped over. And so the Civil Anchor, the way we work, and I take each and every case very personally, they were able to feel relief and to feel that they can move forward, to forget about their frustration. And this is how you build a better civilian society, when your citizens are not frustrated and they're able to move forward, especially when you come across people who are young. And I have a few of them that I work with personally now. A short answer, please. How do you build civilian resilience? Again, that has to do with what I said earlier. Again, it's a lot about the approach. I'd like to say something that is related but also isn't related. I think that since October 7th, there have been a lot of NGOs established, and I ask myself, maybe others do too, where are the big leaders? Where in Parliament, in Knesset, do we find the big leaders that you look up to them and you say, wow, I trust this person, I will follow him? And personally, I don't see any of that. I actually see it, identify it more in the young leadership, in the public institutions, where there's very strong leaders. I used to be an attorney in a big firm. We had high-tech clients. So in these NGOs, there are wonderful leaders. even if they have small things under the responsibility or big, they're wonderful NGOs, and the country needs, the state needs to support them, even if it's young NGOs. They have to be supported. As Gidi says, you can't rely on them, but they give a lot. And they need to be enabled to grow, and you have to identify the good ones and to strengthen them. That's what I see from my angle of the civilian anchor organization as a citizen and as a CEO. Thank you. 3 sentences, please. Look, I am a government official, but like all of the employees of this small administration, we all live here in this area, and this area has been disappointed for years. It received government promises that were not kept. So to a certain extent, even now, when we're here in the midst of government processes, we look at things from that angle. And I'm telling you this, I take full responsibility for what I'm saying. I've never been blamed to be a liar, even though I was a politician for a while. So, and I'm telling you, there is a good program that is being prepared. Sure, it is limited at 8 billion shekels, but we'll be able to get more. Don't worry. But there's going to be a change, and this change is imminent, and you have to understand that the gap also before October 7th was tremendous between us and all the other places, and now it's even so much bigger, and to bridge this gap, that takes time. So once we have to use patience, and second, we have to give a chance to all of those who are not trying to bridge this gap, and you'll see that there's going to be a dramatic change. And I really sincerely hope we don't do this only for ideology. We do this for ourselves, and we understand extremely well that it is not possible to treat one population one way and another population differently. We're all experienced trauma, and I really believe that the civilian population together now will be able to make a real change, and I'd like you to stay and stick around for this change. Thank you very much for participating and for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the members of this very distinguished panel. It was a fascinating conversation. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of the participants, and I want to thank everyone that worked so hard to make this day possible. Our CEO, David Orr, who I see him at the back, the staff at the Alma Center, the producers, all of the wonderful speakers that we heard over the course of the day. I want to end this day with a prayer for the release of all of the hostages, the safe return home of all of our soldiers, and speedy recovery to all of those who were injured.
Just take